budget workshop. I know a lot of our team has worked really, really hard to get to today. I can see Jorge forgot to eat his breakfast.
My wife is watching. I don't want to be in trouble.
We want you to be. Come on, come on. Come on, Vanessa.
So anyway, the commission really appreciates all the hard work that has gone into this very large document, for those of you who are watching, that we have all gone over for the last week in the middle of a tropical storm. So it's been a rough week for everybody, so we'll try and get through this with as least amount of hiccups, because we have had a number of meetings before we've gotten to today. So with that, I'll turn it over to...
We did get the Stanley Cup, too. I just wanted to say,
Yeah,
if
yeah,
you're talking about
that's-
stuff that happened this week.
Lightning strikes twice.
That kept people up.
What a week. Yes. Good morning, and thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. This is actually the second budget workshop in regards to the fiscal year 2022 budget. I just want to go over a little bit what some of those touches were on this budget and how we developed it and how we got to today as well. You know, a tremendous amount of work has gone into this, both from staff and from the City Commission as well. You did receive your draft budget a week ago, and we're very pleased that none of you lost power and you were able to review it all week long. On March 12th, you held your strategic planning session, and that was the brainstorm of the projects that we had ongoing. We asked that the City Commission not consider any new projects as we were in the middle of COVID and not sure what our budget would be as we exit that pandemic, which we are slowly doing. And there were a few projects that were added, but we mostly held the line in those terms. So that was the March 12th strategic planning session. On May 14th, we had your first budget workshop for fiscal year 2022, the draft business plan and the CIP. And at that point, you reviewed the business plan almost project by project, actually, and what the status of those business plan initiatives were. And as I said, there were a few added, but really nothing substantial at that point. Today is the second budget workshop, and you are considering and providing input on the proposed budget itself, which is that very thick document that the mayor just held up. And so you know, of course, the Board of Finance did receive the budget as well, and they've held one meeting? Two so far in regards to the draft budget, and we'll be presenting to you on your August 10th third workshop. So as you can see from the agenda, we're going to go over the follow-up items from the May 14th workshop. So I did provide to you in hard copy on the dais what those follow-up items are. That is item 1C on your agenda as well. So we provided virtually and in hard copy. Thought it might be easier for you. We're going to review the baseline information as it pertains to ad valorem revenue and other revenue sources, and also expenditures. We'll go over our long-range fund projections on a very high level, fund by fund. And again, as you know, but I'll say it for those watching, this is not a meeting wherein we talk about particular projects. We did that review on the May 14th first budget workshop. Today, this is a high-level review of our revenues and our expenditures and our long-range fund projections that we base this budget upon. So the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget is balanced as required by state law, and it's based upon a millage rate of 4.1345 mils, which is $4.13 per every $1,000 of value in property. And with that, I'll hand it over to Les to take us to the next part of our agenda.
Great. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Les Tyler, the Finance Director, and I'm here with Ashley Kempton, our Budget Manager. I want to just add one thing that on the August 10th workshop, we're also planning on going over the aid to private organization discussion on that meeting as well. So I want to mention that. We have two handouts that we put before your dais, but I want to just briefly mention, and there will be later in the presentation, but slide 16 we put there as a hard copy that we'll go over a little later in the presentation, and also item 1A, Exhibit B, we've also put as an attachment. We think that might be helpful because that shows all of the different initiatives in fund order, and I think that might be helpful as we go through the different funds and walk through them. And that won't begin until section 4 of the agenda, where we go over our long-range fund projections. But I wanted to mention we handed those out. We'd like to start with the the follow-up workshop. On May 14th, we had our first workshop, as Jennifer mentioned, and we have a follow-up memo addressing items that came up during that meeting, and wanted to see if the commission had any questions or items they'd like to go over in that memo. And that was also handed out as a hard copy, too, as the city
Anybody have
manager.
any questions on that?
On the memo?
On the follow-up items?
I did want to just bring up, if I may, Mayor, because I had intended to inform the commission before we had the meeting, and I made mention of it the other day, but on the Duke Energy franchise, which does expire Monday. I mean, a year from Monday, sorry about that. And we did have a big meeting with Duke Energy and with Jorge, Keith Fogarty, well, I guess myself, and then 4 of their staff. And so, and obviously, you know, there's an unfunded piece in our budget for a review of their grid. And it was a good meeting. I was optimistic, and we'll keep you all abreast as it goes on. But within 60 days, they're going to get us a written report comparing some of the 2001 report, major issues to now, but probably more importantly, pre-IRMA issues that they've improved till now, and other weaknesses in our system and things like that. And then once that's vetted, it'll come back to the commission as a presentation. So I think that will help us in what we want to do with Duke Energy. And it certainly relieves me that we need to immediately do a grid study. I feel better about it. We'll see. You know, I did tell them we didn't want a dog and pony show. We wanted Dunedin-specific information, and I think, Jorge, you'll agree it went pretty well, but we'll see what we get. So I just wanted to give you an update since that was asked about in here.
Thank you.
And if you could just give me a minute, I read this, but I thought we were going to go through it one by one, so I just want to make sure I didn't have a question.
Any other questions from anybody at the moment?
I'm speed reading through this right
Yeah,
now.
I'm speed reading.
Okay, I had a couple of questions. On number 9, the Jones Building, and I see we're only putting 250 in there. Is that because we're using the expenses from that to remodel the building?
Yeah, the 250 we have in the penny fund in '23 as revenue coming in, assuming we sell it and revenue coming in at 250, that was part of an agreement back when we had, when the cart barn costs had gone up, we had agreed that we would, to sell that Jones building would pay back the penny fund up to 250. Now, we know that when we sell it, when and if we sell it, it's going to be worth more than 250. But that's all we've identified so far in the fund. But the sales price is probably, could be $500,000 or $600,000 now, you know, somewhere in that area if we did sell it. But we've only identified 250 of those proceeds currently in the penny fund.
Okay, so I thought originally we were going to use the proceeds of that building for the remodel work that we need over on Salon. And then anything over and above that would go towards the cart barn. I mean, that was kind of the whole point.
Vince Gizzi, Parks and Recreation Director. The 250, we committed that would go back into the penny fund, but we already budgeted almost 1.4 million for the Jones Building replacement, which is the Solon building. So we have that budgeted separately out of the penny, but the 250 we said would go to cover some of the expenses of the cart barn.
Okay, but we're not showing what we think we're going to get out of this building as revenue?
We're not, right now, currently, we're showing 250 of revenue, but you're right, we're not showing right now that it could be 500,000, for instance, in proceeds.
Why?
Well, we just, you know, it's kind of like, it's kind of similar to Gateway. You know, we've not been showing Gateway as, even though we knew Gateway might be worth $1 million or more, you know, we weren't necessarily showing it in the fund, all of it in the fund. You know, we were applying $1 million towards City Hall, you know, project, but you know, I guess being conservative, I mean, we could show $500,000.
I just think we should. If we know it's coming, I think we should show it.
We-
Even if it's a conservative number. 250, we already know, is way too conservative.
Yeah, 250 is definitely a lot less than we're going to get for the building.
Even if you want to do a
with that.
conservative estimate, even if you want to say 400 as a total.
Well,
I
I
just
think,
think we should
if I
have
may,
something.
Mayor, just being conservative and not showing it until the deal is done, the you know, we're assuming then that we're actually going to sell the property in fiscal year 2022, if we show the revenue in fiscal year 2022.
Oh, and I'm not saying 22, it could be 23.
It's in 23 now.
Yeah, I'm not saying 22. I'm just saying, if somebody else walks in and doesn't know that we're doing this, they don't know there's more income planned. And so that just leads to everybody having to be in the know, and I don't like that part, you know?
Well,
I just feel
yeah.
like we should have something in there.
We could definitely put a more realistic number in there.
And again,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna tell you what it is, I don't care what it is, I just feel like we know it's gonna be more than 250.
Yeah, I
We
agree
could
with that.
reflect, I mean, we could star it or something like that. Thanks, Vince.
Sure.
And that would be fine. A note, if you don't want to put the money in, I just think there should, it's just for a very more clear picture of what's happening.
Sure. Okay. We'll do that. We'll address that, yeah.
Okay.
And then,
Go ahead.
hang on. Number 15, the city commission directed staff to move up funding for Coca-Cola. And it's only in 2023. I think when we said we wanted to move up funding for Coca-Cola, we wanted it like this coming budget, 2022. But 2023 is over a year from now, so there's no money there for us to spend in 2022?
Well, I think that the issue is in working with Coca-Cola when it is that they're going to relocate, and we'll need to do, you know, expend those funds. So we estimated 2023 would be when we would need the funding.
Because I think we already had it in 2023. I mean, I don't want to have to go back.
I think it moved up 1 year.
Yeah, we moved up
you-
a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'd like to do, and we'll have a look at the penny, because that's in penny, is, you know, penny is performing better than we thought it would. So I'd really kind of like to look at that between now and August, to see what we could commit.
Okay. Let's see if there's any other notes I had. Okay. One other thing I had on my list. Jeez, sorry. Of things that we had asked for. The two things I didn't see in the red, I didn't read the black, to be honest with you. So I could have just missed it. Was we had talked about the possibility of moving up part, or if not all, of the Marina Master Plan, and the part would be the electric, or not the electric, at the time, we didn't know what I'm going to say now. You know, the pier for the ferry. At the time, we weren't sure about all of that. And
Right.
more than we didn't know what we do now. But back in May on my list was moving some of that up. Did we do that?
No, we didn't have that conversation. We can, because we have a slide towards the end.
Okay.
of The presentation.
All
Let's
right,
talk
because
about
that was on the list.
Right.
Okay, and then the other thing on the list was our Pride event. Did that get, I put move Pride event up, or add Pride event. Was that added into the 2022?
We've got 15,000 in total.
Okay, I just couldn't find it all, but it was just on my list, so I figured I'd go ahead
Well,
and ask.
thank you, thank you.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner, sorry.
I'm not really sure when I'm supposed to ask my question. When am I supposed to ask my question, Les? Now?
Is it on this list?
About the
Well,
historic
no,
plaques.
it's-
It's not on the follow-up list.
It's not on the follow-up list.
Okay, so it'll be
Okay.
later.
I think when we talk about general fund,
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. I did have another question, though. I'm glad that we're looking at the alleyway enhancement, and I did want to know, I was very happy, we're going to, on August 10th, you're going to bring back some ideas on where to move an art incubator, possible objectives? It's in here.
well, we've reached out to the two tenants, if you will, and we are looking for other locations for the art incubator. We have 1 year from September, so
Yeah, we have a
can,
year.
yeah.
So, okay, thank you.
I think the important thing with that was making sure that they're also, it's really, I mean, we want to help, but they're number one accountable. And so we're just making sure they're a year out. I think October of 2022, they're a year out, so, you know.
I think we've
We've-
really reiterated that.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
know they have one more year.
Anybody else? Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now we're going to go over the baseline information, and starting with our ad valorem revenue. And this is the ad valorem revenue we have in our current budget. This is as of May 28th. This was the information we got from the county as of May 28th. So I want to go over this first and have a few notes on that as well. First, our City of Dunedin AV growth in 2022 over 21 was 7.94% on May 28th. Our CRA TIF growth was 11.45%, and our Pinellas County growth was 6.19. I want to mention that we, since this was posted, our budget was published on June 30th, as City Manager mentioned. On July 1st, we got the certified numbers from the county the day after. So, but the good news is the certified values were better than these, and citywide, our AV growth went from 7.94 to 8.38, and the TIF went up slightly. The TIF went from 11.45 to 11.67. So good news on our growth, and that equates to about a $45,000 increase in revenue in the general fund, that difference between 7.94 and 8.38.
So will you be adding that for
Yeah.
the August numbers?
Yes, we will, yeah. We'll be adding that in August, yeah.
I thought maybe you were using the 7.9 whatever as your 95%, because I kept looking at it thinking, why is he doing that?
Yeah, so, but we'll be adjusting that up on August 10th to get to the 8.38, the certified value. So good news there, definitely.
It was, if I may, Les, we really wanted to hit those dates that we promised the Board of Finance as well.
Right.
We'd have to take the documents back and change everything. So given the difference, we thought that we'd publish and then adjust.
Right. And also want to mention that our 22 budget is based on a 4.134.5 millage rate. We've had that millage rate since 2016. I want to mention that the maximum millage rate staffing will be brought forward to the commission on July 15th next week for approval at the 4.1345 millage rate for 22. Here we have some comparison of some of the North Counties, cities, and the millage rates, for the 21 taxable values. And these, again, were as of May 28th. They may have changed slightly. But currently, as you can see, we are lower than most of the northern county cities. We're at 4.1345 and on the low end of the millage rates compared to the other cities. This graph is basically just showing, this is showing property tax revenue. And basically here, revenue's been increasing pretty steadily. We've had some good AV growth since 2015 timeframe. And these are some highlights for the 22 revenues for the different funds. For the general fund, we have other taxes that are up 1.1%. And general taxes include our electric services tax and our communication services taxes that we receive from the state. We also have penny fund revenue, and this is budget to budget. I want to mention that because I'll be making that comparison throughout the presentation because we are comparing 21 to 22 budget with these percentages and information. We're 14% more growth in penny revenue in 2021, and the reason for that is because we were very conservative in our 21 budget due to COVID. We budgeted about $3.685 million in 2021, and right now our estimated actuals for this year, 21, are about 4.1 to 4.2 million, roughly. And that's kind of a broad range, but our penny revenues are coming in much better than we budgeted. They're about 11% more at this point for this year. So our budget for next year is increasing by 14, but compared to our actual estimates, it's only about a 2.5% increase, roughly, in the penny fund. And for gas tax funds, the budget's 7.4% less than 21 amount. Gas tax is trending under budget for this year. It has been. We discussed that a little bit in our mid-year review. it's trending less than budget, so we're adjusting 22 to be a more realistic number and consistent with the county estimates as well. So that has gone down for 2022. And for the utility funds, solid waste, a 4% increase in revenue over 2021. Water wastewater is 8.5%, but I want to mention that that again is budget to budget. That's 21 budget to 22 budget. We had a rate adjustment that took place in February 2021 that was based off our rate study, which equated to a 3% increase in our rates in 2021 and February 1st. And that was based on the rate study approved by the commission. So the actual rate increase in 22 is 6%, as recommended by the rate study. But when you compare budget to budget, our actual budget had no rate increase, and then we later changed that 3% increase. So when you factor in the increase of 3% in 21, the increase is actually 6% in 22. Any questions on that?
Would you please, just in a summary statement, tell us how we receive the county gas tax?
Yeah, sure.
How is that given to us? How is that determined?
Yeah, the county gas tax is given to us, comes from the county, based on the fuel tax sales in the state, and then it goes to the county based on, and then from the county it goes on population to us, and not population, it goes on sales, fuel sales to us, but it comes monthly from the county.
By fuel sales?
Yeah, fuel sales, diesel. Right.
In Dunedin?
Yeah, well, it's more of a state average in population. It's not necessarily what happens in Dunedin, but it's gas sales and diesel sales currently that take place in the state, and then it's allocated based on population. But we get our money from the county. Yeah.
But it's based on the population, not on actual sales.
It's not by actual sales in the city of Dunedin. Right. Yeah. And then stormwater has a 1.7% increase in revenue in 2022 over 21 budget. And some highlights on the expenditure side. Our 22 budget includes a 3% merit increase for all employees, with the exception of the fire union employees that are covered under a collective bargaining agreement with the city. There's no changes to the minimums and maximums. For benefits, we're right now budgeting a 6% increase in benefits citywide, and that's due mainly to some increase in workers' comp insurance, but mainly our increase in health insurance, which is just over 6%. So that's in our 22 budget right now, over 21. And we'll be going over health fund in a lot more detail.
No changes to range minimums and maximums. The rationale for that is?
Well, not at this time. I mean, August 10th, Teresa's going to be presenting some of the pay plan stuff and some information. So I think there'll be more discussion on August 10th regarding that type of stuff. But currently, there's no changes right now in 22 budget currently.
No, fair enough.
Yeah.
I'll wait.
And this slide is expenditures for 22, and this is an analysis that we do, and at the start of the budget, we asked departments to, at the start of this year, we started this year with a tight budget. In other words, the American Rescue Plan wasn't really even known about or out yet. So we started the budget in February, and so departments were asked to have no more than 1% operating cost. And when we look at that, we do exclude things such as internal service fund charges from IT services or facilities, and risk and health, because those are sort of uncontrollable, to the departments. But everything else we look at and we evaluate when we have the department meetings with the city manager. So I want to just walk through some of these. General fund has a 9.6% increase, and there's a lot of things going, a lot of changes in the general fund, and I'm going to kind of highlight a few right now, and we'll go over more of those when we get to the general fund specific discussion. But we have repair and maintenance projects for the community center, to mainly the Tyler Munis Intergov software that that department uses. That's for software conversion and hardware cost that are increasing in 2022 as they're beginning to roll out that in the very near future to the public. The solid waste fund has just a 2% increase, and that's due mainly to the tipping fees adopted by the Pinellas County, and some of the new recycling costs have increased the cost in that fund. And slide 12 is stormwater is 55% increase, a pretty large increase in stormwater, and that's due mainly to increased costs for the gabion and pipelining projects in the amount of about $500,000 in 22 over 21 that we'll go over more later too. Facilities ISF charges, internal service fund charges, 28% increase, and this is mostly due to an increase in the custodial contract cost. We've increased the custodial contract by about $181,000 in 2022 over 21, and to be able to provide, proper service and.
Excuse me, are we asking questions as we go, or I forget how we were doing this?
Go ahead.
Because, obviously, I want to understand custodial. I tried to go back, Les, to see when we estimated if we were going to try to bring it in-house. I couldn't find it in the last 2 budget years. Do you remember what the comparative would have been?
I don't recall the exact numbers, but I can say that, I know that we're going out to RFP for services, because there's challenges with current vendors, so we just started an RFP process to go out for services. Keith can add to that, but I'll let Keith add to that. Thank you, Keith.
Good morning, Keith Fogarty, Division Director
Hi,
of
Keith.
Public Services. As Les was starting to say, we are currently out to bid at this time. I think you're referring to the hybrid to try to bring it back
Right, the hybrid.
in-house.
Thank you, yes.
That was right before the pandemic hit.
Right.
That anticipated cost would have been $710,000. That would have generated 10 employees to bring it back in-house and eliminate the contract altogether. The increase for the square footage that is in 22's budget will generate $606,000 for 22's budget. We anticipate the bids to come in for contractual anywhere from $450,000 to $550,000. I did sit with Phyllis, Jocelyn, who are the biggest square footages throughout the city. We rewrote from top to bottom the bid document. We, especially Phyllis's library, we put language in there that, it's just not clean the building, do A, B, and C type services. We put specific languages that the custodial group, the contractor, has to be in the building for a particular amount of time. Mm-hmm. Yeah, these are things that, are in the current document that, are difficult to enforce. We're having trouble with the current bidder. We've actually, the current bidder is in default of the bid document right now.
They've been in default pretty much, haven't they? The whole
they
time
have.
almost?
So let me just interject.
Yeah, without
We
getting-
don't have to go down that
Sure.
road. Really, it's just what's causing the 28% increase is
That-
all we need to know.
Yep.
Right.
And so what's the answer to that question?
Which is the reason we're out to bid 2 years earlier
Gotcha.
than we need to
Because
be.
they're saying it's going to cost more.
The current custodial company said that it costs more to provide the services and defaulted, and so we're waiting for the bids to
Gotcha.
come in, and we think it's going
Okay.
to cost 28% minimum more.
So at that time, we'll get into all the details.
Correct.
So when will that be?
The bid opening is the 27th of this month. So before the August.
We'll have it before August 10th?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to be looking at Jocelyn and Phyllis, because they put up, I realize, you guys are the biggest impacted facilities, and, it hasn't been there for it hasn't been there for 20 years, Keith.
Oh, yeah.
Face it, it's
They're
never
part of-
worked.
They're part of the selection team.
It's never worked, so.
As far as as far as reviewing the bids. It's not just on me.
No, I know that, and I appreciate it. I know you've tried to be very inclusive. Okay, I'll let it at this. Since we're going to get the information, we'll wait. Thank you.
Well,
Thank you, Keith.
when we get the information, are we going to ask again if you look at a hybrid, or is it just straight to bid? You know,
Right
you
now,
could,
right now, what we have in our budget is the hybrid, because that's what we've agreed to. And that's the way it's financially
No, we don't
planned.
have hybrid.
What's
Oh,
in-
I'm sorry, it's
Correct.
straight contract.
Great contract.
Yeah,
My
but
apologies.
I am prepared. Les, Jorge, and Phyllis and myself and Jocelyn was at the meeting. We did talk with Les, that this is what the square footage rate that is charged across the city generates that 606,000. We do know what the cost is. I don't think the 710,000 is going to be enough. I think we could do it for 700,000. It'll be one FTE less. I think we might even be able to do the outdoor restrooms contractually.
So Keith, let's just do this. I mean, if we may,
Yeah.
the rest of the commission.
no, I
It- Yeah, I mean, since we're going to get the information, maybe August 10th, you can just give us an update.
Yep.
So that we know what we're looking at and,
Yeah.
you know.
It'd
we would
take a
like
good
to do that.
15, 20 minutes to try to explain it. I don't
No,
think,
we don't need
No,
to
I'm
know
good,
all of
but-
we
it.
don't want to go down that
All we
path
need to
right
know
now.
is why it was 28% more.
But in
That's
the,
all.
but in the meantime,
Keith.
could you actually send us the information that you did do on the hybrid?
Yeah.
Some time ago?
You can
Just
have
so
it
we
before the August meeting.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, Keith.
Thank you, Keith.
Okay, the next item is the risk fund. It's a 13% increase, and that's due to an increase in property liability cost and workers' compensation costs in fiscal year '22 over '21. And the health fund has a 6% increase in cost. That's due to medical claims and health costs in 2022 over '21. We'll be going over that again, obviously, all these in more detail as we walk through the funds. And the IT Services ISF Fund, 128% increase. It's a large number, but I want to point out that last year, the IT fund reduced their costs dramatically, nearly $300,000 or so to assist in balancing last year's budget in '21. So the '21 budget was pretty low. It was much lower than 2020 was, for example. So so because of that, we're seeing this large increase. And also, we do have a lot of projects. We're bringing back computer replacements. We've got a couple, 2 or 3 fiber projects that we'll go over a little more later. And also, and we have increased licensing costs. And we have a few other projects that are in that fund. But it's about a $391,000 increase in operating over '21 budget. So we'll be discussing that more later, but that one does have some pretty large increases compared to prior year. And moving to the long-range projections.
Can I
Mike?
just ask a question for the
Sure,
benefit of
sure.
all of us? For the long-range projections, because I know you've got the general fund with and without,
Yeah.
whatever you're calling it. Do we have the money in the general fund from the funding we got from the county? To
The CARES Act?
the reimbursement stuff from FEMA?
Yes?
Yes.
Yes. And all of that's been covered in this budget?
Yes, that's all in there, yeah.
Okay. Do we have any money in here from the American Recovery Act?
Yes, in the general fund, yes, yeah. We've got about,
Yeah.
Okay, are you going to go over what that is?
yes, I'm going to walk through
Okay.
that, yeah.
And then where is, because you gave us 2 documents, which I know you're going to go over, but just so we understand what we're looking at. You gave us 2 documents with and without
The shortfall.
shortfall. There's nothing written that I could find that says what you're using to address the shortfall.
Yeah, I'll talk about that a little bit.
Okay.
That's a
All right,
good,
am I
that's a
jumping
good
the gun?
question.
I just wanted to make sure as we're going in and looking at
Right.
these numbers, I know what the heck I'm looking at.
Sure, no, that's a-
That wasn't very clear to me in here.
Sure,
Okay,
no, that's a
thank you.
good, great question, yeah. I'll try to walk through that, yeah.
All right, thank you.
I'd like to make just a few comments before we walk through that slide. You know, as you know, the general fund's our main operating fund, and a lot of our departments are in the general fund, all of our support departments. Back on May 14th, when we presented high level on May 14th, our long-range fund projections. You know, they were draft numbers, of course. We've been working through the budget, but at that time, you know, to balance 22's budget, we had reduced general fund business initiatives and CIP projects by about $812,000. That was discussed on May 14th. I just wanted to mention it again. So we, you know, our departments and worked with the city manager, and we reduced those costs to balance the general fund budget. Since that time, we've made adjustments. We've fine-tuned the budget in various funds, including the general fund. The proposed 22 general fund budget is balanced. We included in there, I want to mention, is we've got included in the general fund and all funds a 2% COLA in 2021 is included in these numbers, and also we have our 3% merit that we discussed earlier included in the general fund and all funds. You know, throughout all these different funds.
For 2022.
For 2022, thank you. Now, we have the American Rescue Plan Act. We have funding in our proposed budget. On May 14th, the estimate for recovery in the general fund was $1.2 million that we'd shown at that point. I've gone through and with more information recalculated that. Now it's $2 million right now is the number that I'm estimating. I've still got to get that vetted by our consultant, but right now it's $2 million is what I'm projecting for general fund in the current budget.
Is it in there?
Yeah, it's in there. It's in there, and I'll show you. I can show you where it's at. And want to mention these are our best estimates today. We have a new consultant that I want to mention. We have a new consultant. We were working with our prior disaster recovery consultant, and they weren't being very responsive. Basically, they weren't answering important questions we needed to get answered. So we are going out to RFP right now. We sent an RFP out about a week ago, and we hope to within the next 2 months complete that RFP process. And this RFP is to find a firm that specializes and has taken it upon themselves to become experts in this ARPA area, because I've talked to a lot of different firms, and some firms are really taken this on and added staff and you know, really set up a different department for this, and others have not. So we're out to RFP, and in the meantime, we got 3 quotes, and we've chose a firm that we feel really good about short term. When we have a short-term contract with them for technical support, and their name is Witt O'Brien. They've been under contract for about just 2 weeks. 2 weeks today, I think, and they have a lot of clients that they've already recently done contracts with for AARP, and so far I've had 2 meetings with them, and I've had some questions back and forth, and city managers had some questions, and they've been so far very impressed with their knowledge, and their response time's good. So far I think we have someone on board that could help us answer and revenue recovery questions, and also program questions now, and then once we get the RFP complete, then whoever firm gets that, then we'll begin working with them.
We
And
could just use that company
So
as it was, like piggybacking off the county?
No, because it's a much larger project. We have to go to RFP. And if I can elaborate a little bit, so the Witt O'Brien is within my delegated authority to contract with them, get 3 quotes and contract with Witt O'Brien. They actually are working with the county right now. So we're really impressed with their responsiveness. But we had to have somebody in the short term. Because as we go through the budget cycle, and there are lots of questions flowing through, we went to RFP because, these funds need to be expended by December of 2026, right?
completely.
So this is a long-term plan. I mean, it's like Penny. And we're going to need an administrator to help us, expend these funds. We're going to put together a program very similar to Penny and put it before all of you for you to adopt, for you to approve. With the company that is the successful proposer, after the RFP. So, we hired Witt O'Brien in the short term to help us, and then in the long term, we need to bring somebody on for the next, 3-4 years to help us not only identify the eligible projects, but to administer the program as well. Because it's really way too much to put on finance. I mean, this is $15 million, supposedly, is the estimate. It's way too much to put on finance, or even individually in any department. I'd rather have it centralized and have somebody who's an expert in the field.
And that'll all get covered by the American Recovery Act funds, so even that position would not
Correct.
hurt us.
Yeah, I got questions. Yeah, what kind of money are we talking about for the consulting administrative assistance that we're getting? You have any idea what you're thinking for the long term?
Not for sure. I mean,
What's the short-term cost? I mean, what,
For Widow Bryan?
yeah. for
we have
whatever.
we have a $25,000 contract.
And what is it, like an hourly thing? or is it-
This current contract's an hourly thing, and I think whoever we end up with will probably be an hourly agreement probably too, yeah. And you know, the rates vary, the hourly rates vary a lot between these agencies. I talked to a few of them, and I got three quotes, and rates do vary, but you know, it's going to be a difficult RFP process because sometimes you get what you pay for, you know, as far as, so we're going to have to really do a lot of due diligence to make sure we get the right firm.
And this is all reimbursable, you're saying?
Yeah, this is all, yeah, administrative cost is all reimbursable, which is a good thing, yeah.
Is it like up to a certain percentage of what you get, or is it just
Usually
straight out?
is, yeah.
Yeah.
It usually is, but so far they haven't provided a percentage for that yet, but usually it's that way, yeah.
And, you know, we keep throwing out 15 million, but we're not getting 15 million. I mean, we're not really getting 15 million, right? I mean, there's so
actually-
many restrictions.
So,
Are we getting, you know, I just don't want the public to really think we're getting 15 million when it's very restricted money.
well, the way that it's flowing through is because we're not an entitlement city, meaning our population is less than 50,000, it's actually coming from the federal government to the county. And there's a meeting today, actually at lunch, the city managers consortium of the North County, and
The state.
I'm sorry, it's going to the state, right, correct. But the state sends it to the county, though.
No, the state's just sent it directly to us.
Okay, the state will send it, sorry, the state will
But
send
we
it.
haven't gotten it yet, I'm sorry.
No.
Right.
The state-
And we're supposed to get it by the end of this month, aren't we?
So we could get it, but we have to document what we use it for, and we'll never be able to document under the restrictions. I mean, I'm just trying to get a grasp on that.
So,
Unless you really think we can, because that's awesome.
well, we're going to go for everything that we're eligible for, obviously, which is why we really want the administrator. The meeting that's happening today is actually being presented by the county.
Right.
And, you know, what we get is calculated based upon our population as a non-entitlement city. So that, my understanding is they'll deposit the funding into our bank account, and then we need to ascertain our eligible expenditures, which is, you know, working through the third-party administrator, really anything that we're eligible for. Obviously, we're not going to just throw something out there. I don't know if we can expend, you know, that funding all the way, but, I mean, you know, there are some programs that are eligible that we didn't anticipate before, the fiber cabling. Fiber cables eligible and those types of things. So, you know, we'll do our best to ensure that our infrastructure and our projects are you know, fulfill the needs that we have, and that we expend the, you know, the funding that's eligible. So, but it's very static right now. You know, it really is. So that's why going out to RFP, I think, is the best thing that we can do to get an absolute expert in the field to help us with the program. And we need to set up a program.
You know, the other question I get, and I'm sure this will come out as we move forward, maybe it's the same as our other federal money, but, you know, what kind of strings are attached to the money in the long term, so.
Yeah, we need to be very careful, right?
Yeah. And want to mention that we're supposed to get funding by the end of this month. We'll see if that happens, because the state asked for an extension. I'm not sure how long the extension they asked for the Treasury, but also we're supposed to get half the amount. So if we get 15.3 million, we'll get 7.6 million hopefully by the end of this month, and then deposit that into our account, and then we'll work on the programs.
And the state can only get one extension, right?
I believe so. I
I think
believe
that's
so.
the rules are read. Go ahead, Commissioner Prince.
Well, the reason you're going to get this steward, that's exactly what it is, you're going to hire a steward of this money, is because if you can't find total documentation that these are all eligible services, then does part of the money go back if you cannot show that? Isn't that correct?
That's correct, yeah. Yeah, whatever we can't draw down as eligible costs, we'll be sending back to the Treasury. Right.
But the best part of it is we still have till what did you say, 26?
Yeah, as long as it's obligated by
Used by
December.
2024, right? Obligated?
Obligated by 2024 December.
Four, but,
Right.
and then anything, so it's future projects that we can think of.
Brick-
You know?
Brick streets.
No, I didn't even, you know what?
I wish. Sorry. No, I wish. But I mean, so
Undergrounding, yeah.
there is an opportunity there for creative heads to get together and say, what are the things we think of in these categories that we would have wanted to have that aren't even, planned for?
Yeah.
There's a lot of opportunity there, so.
Can I, just one more question? The 2 million that you did put in for stimulus funding, and for, I guess, for that's 23, 27. I mean, what did you do? Just kind of take your best guess on what might be eligible, or?
Yeah, there's documentation out now that shows, what's eligible for recovery, and in the general fund, actually, very, very few line items are not eligible. I mean, there's debt service is not eligible, pension costs are not eligible. There's a list of like 5 things, but probably 80% of our general fund line items are eligible. But I want to mention that when I say eligible, it's not just, you don't just pick the revenues that are lower than expected, because, for instance, we have to include our property taxes in this calculation too. So our property tax growth is better than the 4.1% growth factor they're using. So it's there's kind of put and takes when you're doing the calculation, because most of the accounts are getting recovery, but some are actually a negative number because the revenue growth is more than that 4.1%. So, but it's just a calculation. I've sent this to the consultant and asked them to look it over. They've already looked over the penny calculations that we'll go over later. They've looked those over and they agree with those. But the general fund's bigger and it's got a lot of different pieces, so I'm waiting for them to hear back from them on my calculations.
That's my last question. So the 2 million really is the amount of money we truly believe in general fund we lost from COVID. The other monies are, that we still have to determine would be capital projects eligible to, okay.
And, the capital projects that are eligible through the American Recovery Plan Act.
Gotcha.
Right.
Yep.
Right, yeah. And also want to mention, moving off of the recovery discussion is, as the mayor mentioned, in 2023 to 2027, in the proposed budget in the general fund, we have a $600,000 shortfall. Currently in the general fund, it's much less than it was a year and a half ago. And I'll talk about that more in a minute. We think it's a manageable number in the near term. But I'd like to turn to the highlights now, which is this slide here of the general fund. Property tax revenue is up 7.4%, and this is revenue. This is not assessed value. This is revenue over 21 budget amount, and this is due to our 7.94 that we have in our current budget growth. That will be increasing by about that $45,000 that I mentioned earlier on August 10th. Intergovernmental revenues increased by 9.7% in the general fund. And this is due mainly to our half-cent sales tax in the general fund is increasing by about $490,000 in 2022 over 21 budget. And this is part of this is, again, that we were conservative in our 21 budget because of COVID. And our 21 budget was about $2.2 million in the half-cent sales tax. And right now we're projecting that to be about $2.5 million or more this year, because sales tax has been good this year, as we've been watching. So the 22 budget of $2.6 million is about a 3.5%, 4% increase over 21 projected actual revenues. So that's kind of what we're projecting right now for growth in 2022. Our personnel costs are up 4.4%, and this is due to the 3% merit increase and also our 6% increase in benefits in 22. And operating costs went up 12.8% in 2022. And this is, I want to mention some of the key items that are driving that increase. The IT service allocation in the general fund is $387,000 more in 22 than it was in 21. I mentioned a little earlier that IT's costs have gone up for many reasons that we'll go over more in detail later. But the 387 is the impact general fund. We have roof and HVAC replacements at the library of $260,000. We have an HVAC replacement at the community center of $250,000. And also, the custodial increase that we discussed a little bit earlier is $154,000 increase to the general fund for the custodial increase cost in '22. And next slide is, these are our assumptions in the general fund. And currently, right now, we have our property taxes at 7.94, I mentioned, for '22. In 2023, we have through '27, these estimates are the most recent county estimates, and these could change. We'll be watching the counties to see if they make any changes to these outer years, but these were their estimates back a month or two ago, and they haven't changed them so far. And I want to mention that in '23, that 2.93 is probably a conservative number. We're going with county estimates because we like to do that and be consistent, but that's probably a conservative number. Just want to mention that. And then '24 through '27 are close to 4% growth, and then average. Other taxes are 2% growth from '23 to '27. Intergovernmental revenues are 2% growth from '23 to '27. And then the stimulus funding is included in 2021 estimates in the amount of $2,020,000 that we talked about a little bit earlier. And then also in the '21 estimates, we've included the CARES Act grant reimbursement that we received from the county of $403,000. So we have those in the '21 estimates column. Charge for services are 2.2% growth in the outer years, and our expenditures, our salaries in '23 to '27, we have a 3.5% merit increase in our assumption, and benefits assumption is 6% increase from '23 to '27, and then operating costs are 2% from '23 to '27.
For August, would it be a big deal for you to do what you think these estimates might be? At least looking at next year? I mean, or at least tell us the amount difference.
We can do that.
Even, you don't even have to redo, what is the amount difference? I think understanding, at least for next year, let's say we think it'll be 5%. It's still conservative. What's the difference between what's there? I think understanding that, as we know what our whole is. So I'm not saying change this, because I do believe going with what the county does is the most reasonable, responsible thing to do, but still understanding the difference between what we think it might really be in a conservative way. Maybe it's $200,000. Okay, well, now we have a $400,000 hole instead of a $600,000 hole.
Sure, yeah, we can do that for sure, yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I agree, it is conservative in '23.
Yeah. And
slide 16 is the one that we did provide a handout for this one. This is not in the budget. This is just a scenario that we ran that we wanted to go over briefly. This includes all the assumptions that we just talked about, and as you can see, if you look at the '22 budget at the very bottom, the far left column, you can see that we're our reserve goal is 15%, and we're well above that. We're at 17.4 at the end of '22. And the key with this is this is not addressing the shortfall as you mentioned. And a couple things to point out is we are balanced in '22, and as you can see in '23 to '24, our reserve is going down a little bit every year, a couple percent every year, and that's kind of that shortfall that we're not addressing currently. And also, if you look at the fourth line from the bottom, you can see that every year our revenues are less than our expenditures by some amount. In other words, it varies by year, obviously, but we just want to show it without it being addressed, and then we'll go to the next slide. And this is our general fund budget with the shortfall address. This is what's in our proposed budget. This is on page 78 and 79 of our budget book. And as mentioned before, the at the end of, in '22, our projected fund balance is 17.4%, and we're, you know, above our goal of 15% in 2022. And we're reaching our 15% goal every year, except in '23, we're just slightly under, we're at 14.7, very close, you know, in this projection. You know, we mentioned the 2.9% in '23 already, and we will make that adjustment on August 10th to what we think it would be 5% or something like that. And you know, as mentioned, we have a budget shortfall, and that's the fourth line from the bottom, and it's $600,000 right now. It's very close to what it was on May 14th, very close. You know, and again, this shortfall could be, it could be a reduction in expenditures or a reduction in services, or it could be an increase in revenue, or it could be a combination of both. It could be any of those things. But I do think I think for '23, it's manageable, and I say that because of what you just admit, what the mayor had just mentioned about, you know, what is '23 property tax growth going to be, and it's probably going to be more than 2.9. We're all pretty sure of that. And also, I think as we work through our American Rescue Plan numbers, and you know, and we really we do our first request, because what we'll be doing once we get our money, once we do get the funding, you know, we'll be working with our consultant, because our first request is reimbursable as of December 31st, 2020. We do our request for revenue loss, and then every year we do a different request, because it's all compared to actuals, not budget. So our first request, once that's done, I think we'll have a much better handle on exactly what's included and excluded, and I think there's a possibility that we'll have more revenue recovery in the general fund in '23 to assist towards this number. And I don't know what that number is, but I just think that I think there are ways to resolve the 600,000, and we will work through that. But I think that number may change as we get our hands around the recovery a little more, and really know what we're getting, what's eligible, and what we're getting for that first request. And then I think we can look a little more harder at the general fund and see, well, is $2,020,000 still a good number, or what's a better number? So I think that you know, and I say it's manageable because 600,000 is not a huge number, but I do think, especially in '23 and '24, that it may end up being lower than that.
Commissioner?
Yeah, I don't know if anybody else feels the same way, but and you know, I know you guys work hard at this. I'm not real crazy about how this lays out in the budget document, because really, to the naked eye, like, it looks like you just go right to if you go to pages 78, what is it, 78?
Yeah, 78 and 79.
I mean, you go right there, and there's no caption that says this is with the shortfall corrected. I mean, I know you got to go down to the budget line and you see shortfall of 600,000, but there's no asterisk, there's no explanation. I just think most people would just look at the bottom line and say, oh, we're going to be fine. And we don't address it in the executive summary, unless I missed it. I just think somewhere, and maybe it's on the pages themselves, it should be understood that there's if we're not going to show both sets, to me, the most transparent is you show the chart that shows the shortfall. That is what it is. And then you say, in order to, you know, shore up the shortfall, it's going to take $600,000 a year or something. Somehow, I just think that needs to be a little bit more understandable to the average person. Okay. I mean, you can write it in a positive way, and I think we're going to be, I mean, I just talked to one of the members of the finance board, and they're feeling better about it. It's going to look better and better. You know, the 600,000 is probably not going to hold, but I think if anybody would look at this, they'd say, oh, we're good. Because I don't think they'd catch the nuance of that line item. You know, I think we need something to go with it.
We can adjust, we can be more descriptive in the notes.
Some
definitely, that's a good point.
paragraph
Yeah.
that explains, or, you know, if we're not going to, I mean, personally, I think we should just put the facts as they are, which is, you know, we're not doing an enhancement right now. We haven't talked about it. So it is what it is. We have a declining reserve, period. And then a thing that says, hey, we'll we're hoping this will get better as it moves along. I don't know. I'm not sure, but to me, that would be comfortable. I don't know what everybody else feels.
Well, I've asked the same question
Okay, I think
along
we
the
talked about
way.
it. I think we both kind of talked about it.
Yeah, and
representatives.
the response from both Jennifer and Les has been, look, we're required by law to give you a balanced budget.
Okay.
And this is,
Well, it's a balanced budget. It's just that-
well, it's not a balanced budget if you're not meeting your required hour policy for, reserve, debt, all of it, And so by doing this, that's the explanation you guys have given me. Have I stated that correctly?
I agree, that's correct, but I think it's a great point, and I think we will add it in the assumptions, and I can work with the city manager, maybe even we can add it in our transmittal letter too, that we can add a paragraph on addressing it. I think it's a good idea. Just
That would be.
be more transparent, yeah, that's.
And I think,
Otherwise, it looks like, oh, magically, there's $600,000. So it makes it appear rosy, because it's magic money right now. It's not real money.
right.
Magic.
But you were going to say something?
No, I think that the whole point is the transparency and
Yeah.
showing it and having the public understand. And if we haven't elaborated upon it in the notes, I think that we need to.
Yeah.
And we will in the transmittal letter as far as, what a shortfall means, our requirement to submit a balanced budget, and what could make up that shortfall, which is really what the public is asking.
Yeah. What does that, how do you do that? And I think in the transmittal letter or wherever, I think you should include, it's a shortfall, but at this point, we intend to use several methods of fulfilling the shortfall. American Recovery Act, reduction of expenses. We believe 2023 is planned more conservative than it probably will be. I'm mentioning a few things of what our intentions are versus what was going around last year is, we had a $1.9 million thing and we needed a $500,000 tax increase to get it. I think that makes, you don't have to be specific, as far as how we intend to fill it, but some general methods that we intend to use,
Yeah.
I
all
think
right.
would be helpful.
Sure, we'll for sure do that, yeah.
And if I can ask just one more question about the budget shortfall. Is the $600, hopefully I'll ask it correctly, it's a rolling 600, so. Yeah, if we have that shortfall in 2023 and we don't fix it, it just keeps going every year.
That's right.
But if we fix it in 2023, it's fixed every other year? In theory?
In theory, yes.
In theory, okay.
theory.
I just want to make sure, because it
Right.
just keeps going, and I wanted to make sure, because several times you've said, no, it's every year, and I think I've been confused on that.
Right, and it's fixed as long as the fix is not a one-time fix.
Right, as long as
Right.
it's permanent,
Right, exactly, yeah, correct.
or we're just moving it out, is what you're saying.
Right, I mean, like, if we increase revenues, then, it's an ongoing revenue source, then that fixes it. If we cut service or reduce a program by $600,000, and we know that program's not coming back, then that would be a long-term fix, as an example.
Okay.
I shudder to ask this question, but I'm going to ask it. $600,000 represents what percentage of a mill?
I'm gonna look at the brains over here, you know what that would be?
Well, it'd be
You
pretty
can answer it
small.
later, but yeah.
It would be pretty
I was thinking it
small.
might be a quarter of a, I don't know.
0.2, yeah.
Okay, that's,
I think we said 0.25, but during break, we'll calculate that and get back
okay,
to
yeah,
you.
I just
Exactly.
wanted to kind of, I mean,
Down to my August
I don't
list.
believe we're
Our
staying
August
there
list
at
is
all,
already
but I
page
just
one.
wanted to ask the question.
Oh, no.
Worst case.
Teasing.
Best case, worst case.
Yeah, it's probably 0.2 at the most, yeah, but we'll calculate it, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, any other questions on the general fund?
Are we moving to a different fund now?
Yeah, we would be going to a different fund.
And you're going to provide us in August an updated long-term general fund. I don't think we need update for everybody else, but at least long-term general fund with the additional millage that we know we're going to get.
Yeah, sure, yeah,
Percentage, okay.
we'll do that, yeah.
Any other, before we move on to the stadium?
No, but if I could say, since we've had this discussion, which is always prickly, that the conservative way that you do your estimates always pays. It's better to get great news than get horrible news. And I think, that helps us. So even though sometimes it makes it look worse, it's a smart philosophy in the long run.
Just for clarity, are we coming back, like when we are reviewing through our book, there are capital projects in the general fund. Now's the time to ask any questions on that?
Yeah.
Okay, because we're not coming back to that
Yeah,
later.
we weren't going to come back. We can come
Okay.
back, of course, but yeah.
No, I'm not, I don't have any. I just wanted to make sure I'm not flipping back and forth later, because there have been years where we've done that, and that drives me insane.
Right.
So, so if we're through with the general fund, we're really through. We're not going back to the capital projects. Is everybody okay with that? Okay?
We've worked really hard to stop the flipping through,
Yes.
flipping back and forth.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, stadium.
Okay, next is the stadium fund. Some of the highlights on here is charges for services increased by 11.9%, and that's due to an increase in the stadium naming rights revenue. The actual revenue in '22 is expected to be $186,000, and we had budgeted less than that last year. They came in '21 more than we expected, so a little more revenue there. Also, the transfers in, there's a decrease in transfers in, and this was due to, in '21, we had a transfer from the penny fund to the stadium fund to assist with the stadium project in the amount of $500,000. There's no transfer in '22, but and that transfer was to be sent to the stadium fund, but also paid back. And we'll be walking through that in a minute too, because that payback actually happens in '22. So that's the variance there on the transfers in. On the operating expenses, they've increased by 22%, and that's due mainly to some increases in the ISF charges, and also for insurance, about $103,000 in fiscal year '22 for property costs and coverage for the stadium. The stadium, the PDC and stadium estimated cost, now that they're complete, for insurance is $191,000. So we kind of have that number now, and that's the estimate currently for that. So that was some increases there. So we do know what that number is. Yeah, it's not, yeah, considering.
That's a lot cheaper. I think, didn't we plan for 280 or 250 or something, Vince? Huh? Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, so that's coming in at 191 right now, so that was the estimate. So we also had, for debt service, we had a decrease in debt service, and that was due to the spring training series 2012 loan was paid off in '21, so that's completely paid off, so there's no more debt service for that moving forward in '22 and future. And then also at the bottom, transfers out. This is the transfer out that's to pay back the penny fund, the $500,000 that I just mentioned. So we're now transferring in '22 the amount back to the penny fund that we agreed to do in '22. So that's the other side of that transaction. And for assumptions for the stadium fund, we have transfers in. Each year we have a transfer from the general fund of $265,000 and for operating costs, and that's and that number appears to be in line with we've got our property property insurance that we just mentioned, $191,000, and then we have property taxes that the city pays half of the first $150,000. So we've got property taxes of $75,000, and then we've got our insurance of $191,000. So that actually comes out very close to the $265,000. So I think that $265,000 will be a pretty good number moving forward. We'll have to watch how much insurance changes, but it appears to be a pretty good number. So, and then also for expenditures, we have operating costs increase of 3% and transfers. And then we also have the transfers out I just mentioned to the penny fund. And for the overview for the stadium fund, and this is also in the budget book on page 82 and 83, The fiscal year '22 includes normal operating costs for the stadium. And I say that because the project's, is complete in '21. The project is just been finalized, so project costs for the stadium are going away in '21. We are getting more specific information from the county about property taxes. And again, we pay $75,000, but just so we know what they're going to be, they've reached out to us and they've asked for, I think we may possibly get, it may be less in 2020 than we thought, because they've reached out and said, we know that COVID happened and they wanted to get updated information about the actual usage. So I think the cost may go down a little bit, but in future years, we need to get from them, once the values are all built out and there's no COVID adjustments, what are we looking at for total property taxes? Because they're obviously going to be more than we originally projected because of the value. But we are going to get a little bit of relief, I think, due to COVID. And we're working with the Jays right now to get information to the county on that.
And Vince, you've given Les you don't have to get up, you've given Les the documentation that we have of the initial estimates of what they felt the values, the percentage that we would have to pay.
The Blue Jays do pay the first 150
Right.
of the taxes, and then we split the balance.
Okay. Thank you.
And the number's a little higher than.
Yep. Any other questions on stadium fund? Okay. Impact fee fund?
Yeah, the impact fee funds. Some highlights, there was a decrease of 34,000 in projected fees and permits, and that's just a decrease, a reduction in estimate for the police and the fire impact fees in '22 compared to '21. And again, these are kind of based on estimated development, for next year. There's an increase in capital cost of $140,000, and that's for the pedestrian safety crossing improvements at various locations of and that's in the multimodal impact fee fund. That's what that falls under. And we also have detail here we'll go over in a minute by each fund. We'll go over the high level and also the different programs. For the assumptions, as I mentioned, license fees are based on estimates of development throughout the years. And then we have transfers in from the CRA for park impact fee contributions as well in this fund. And moving to the overall long-range plan. This is on pages 84 and 85 of the budget book. This shows the estimated revenue. This is all the impact fees combined. We have 4 impact fees. We have our multimodal, our parkland, and our fire, and our law enforcement impact fees. And but this is the combination of all of those, kind of a high level. And again, in total, we have about, at the end of '22, we have about $1.1 million with all the different impact fee funds of available funding. As you can see, we have the project I mentioned in '22. We have currently no other projects, in future years at this time, but we have the one project in '22. And then moving to the different funds, the detail. First, the multimodal impact fee. This just shows the activity for this impact fee by itself. And as you can see, it's got, this is the one that has the large capital project for the safety crossing improvements of $140,000. And it's got, if you look at the bottom in '22, it has some available fund balance. It's got about $89,000 or $88,000 in fund balance available in '22. And then we have revenue estimates. We have no projects currently assigned to this, but we do have some revenue estimates, for projects being completed in the outer years. And for the parkland impact.
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
For the parkland impact fee, there's no project expenses currently. And the available fund balance in this fund is $886,000. You can see at the end of '22, and we do have estimates of projects being completed and CO'd and revenue in outer years, but no projects currently in this fee. And the fire impact fee, this is, again, no projects currently for this particular fee. We did have a project. We did use quite a few dollars in this on the EOC, and that was last year. So we still have $85,000 of available fund balance into '22 in this impact fee, and then some moderate revenue estimates, in future years. And then for law enforcement fee, again, no projects currently for this fee. We have $65,000 of available fund balance at the end of '22, and then and it stays pretty consistent. We have pretty low estimates for growth and revenue in this particular fund right now. Are there any questions on any of these different impact fees or the high-level summary?
Questions? The legislature, I know, just passed some stuff about impact fees and the uses and how we charge them. I don't know if you've had a chance to analyze any of that, but does it affect our budget? Because it kind of seemed like it would.
I haven't had a chance to analyze that. It's possible. I'm not sure if Joey or George have, but I haven't had a chance to analyze that yet.
Okay. $880,000 in our park development, park impact fee. I know we can think of 1,000 things we can use that for. But if, and we haven't talked about it, I just throw it out there, if we determine as a group that what we're sitting on is going to become a park, that could be some funding to assist with that. I just say that.
You mean development of it, or? Yeah, but it's restricted, right? 15% of the money can be used to, which would still be 150 or?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I agree. I actually thought maybe we should be using that for Gladys Douglas,
I
but
know.
maybe that's a better way to do it.
As far as the impact fee goes and the legislature, we can run that analysis, and we certainly will,
Yeah.
and report back in August on that.
Yeah, let's find out how that might affect our impact fees.
But don't we have to make that major decision before we even talk about where that money may
Yes,
go?
yes,
Because-
I just clarified that, I know. That's what I said, I said if we choose as a group,
Because, I mean, that's
No, I
going to
know.
be a very interesting topic. I think.
no. She's gearing up for battle, I can tell when
I
she
could
She's
tell.
totally gearing up for battle. Don't worry.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, right, Commissioner Kyle?
It's my fault, I shouldn't have even brought it up until we
And then
made
you
that
were hoping I
decision.
didn't catch it.
What is the cap, though? Is it 15% that we can use?
On the park
On the
dedication?
Parkland, it's 15%? That's okay. I mean,
Yeah,
when you get a chance, I was just curious.
we can double check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking that's what it was, but.
Okay, Public Art Fund.
Okay, Public Art Fund, some highlights. License and permits went up some, about $300, and that's just estimate of projects that would be completed, that fall into this fund's fee program. On the capital, we do have a $15,000 capital project in '22 for that's the Jaywalk project. There was no project in '21, so we have that difference. For the assumptions, we have the estimated revenue in '23 and future years for development that this fee would apply to, estimating that, of course, and then transfers out to repay the building fund there was a $100,000 loan that was given, as you recall, a couple of years ago, and this is the final payment, final last year payment of that loan in 2022. And moving to the overview, on page 86, 87 of the budget book. This fund is projected to have a negative fund balance in 2022 of about $42,000. We expect future development to turn this around. This, we know, it's a new fund, and we need to closely monitor it, and it will take a little while to get it self-sustaining, but we do need to monitor this fund, and again, we will be, we have estimates of development in here, and it's all based on sorts of occupancy, and those, we estimate those, we do our best, and things change, obviously, but anyway, again, we're confident that this fund is going to be self-sustaining, because we know there will be projects coming forward that are going to apply to it, but and there's a couple that are on the list to be coming forward, but anyway, it's a fund we're watching, and we continue to watch, and we'll, the expenditures, and the good news is that loan will be paid off this year, and that's done, that $100,000. The transfer, yeah, that'll be done.
I just want to add as well, it doesn't mean that the public art program stops or anything like that. We're still working on the public art master plan. A lot of these property owners, the developers, have chosen to do their art on site, and it still goes through the public art process. Goes through the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee. They set up a subcommittee for public art and those types of things. So, and we still have some larger projects moving through. But as Les has said, there are some developments that are coming through that have committed to pay into the public art fund if they are approved by the city commission. So, the fund itself is a little lean right now, but we're working on it. It doesn't mean that public art doesn't continue in the city.
So is that 50 in 2023, is that where does the city hall show up? The
City Hall's already been committed.
Okay,
So, right.
but the 50 is an estimation in 2023.
Of new development.
Of new development
Right.
that you believe?
Yes.
Okay.
Do we, we have been contributing to this fund in the past. Is that, so what you have here is no contribution just from us?
Correct.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, just the only funding this fund has received so far is that $100,000, and a little bit of revenue, very little, from.
And is there, when it says, operating, our consultant contract, Elizabeth, she's not shown in here, is she? Because it says non-recurring operating, so when it says non-recurring, and there's no personnel, so to speak, so.
It shows 25.
Yeah, that's the 25,000, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and we also have 35,000 in the general fund, so I can't remember which one's the consultant and which one's the actual implementation. I would have to check to see which fund the consultant is in.
So everything wouldn't just be in here? This is an impact fee fund, okay. And
Well-
so in an impact fee fund, you couldn't use her contract in here?
So public art isn't considered an impact fee, per se.
Right, yeah.
So,
You said is or is
Is
not?
not.
Yeah, well, developers feel like it is. I
I
mean,
know they do, but it's not. We don't consider it an impact fee, and so, I'm not sure why the consultant's in the general fund. We have to check on that,
So,
or the
yes,
project
she's in
itself.
the general fund.
yeah, because for me, I think I understand it, but for me, it's kind of like to just see everything in one place, so that we understand how much we're really committing to public art and the plan. It's easier to see it all in one place and where we're having to commit the money to. But there could be a very good reason. So you don't have to answer the
We'll
question
review it.
now. You can get back.
Yeah, we'll look at that, yeah.
Should I add that to the August list?
Sure.
Okay.
But I totally get what you mean, but I think it does show non-recurring operating. Isn't that it? I mean, you only have one person really that's your consultant, and that's what, 25?
No, she's saying it's in the general fund.
We'll
Not here.
review it. We can review it and give you the answer in August.
I am, if I may, I'm just going to make a comment that Elizabeth is invaluable to our program, and, I just, as somebody who doesn't know how to judge art,
Yeah.
it's so important to have somebody that's
Right.
making a process so we don't waste money on art or have something that looks crazy. So I just want to say that's good money spent.
Oh, it is, and I'm
Yeah, I
I'm
know you
actually,
weren't
I'm
questioning
looking,
that. You're
for
just
me,
wanting
I'm
some
just
place.
trying to look, if she is in there, well, then
Where is?
we're not put,
Yeah,
yeah.
where is she? Should be in one
And if she is included in this fund, well, we're not putting enough towards the overall public art. But, you kind of want to see what all are you putting towards it and what it's for, because in the end, you can have a consultant who maybe is working on all the documentation that we talked about in the very beginning of your art and the maintenance of your art. But if you're not putting anything towards projects, and developers aren't doing projects or doing their own, then, so I just want a clear picture. How much are we putting towards new things?
Well, you want a clear picture of the actual consultancy cost and the actual CIP, sort of the
Yeah.
things that they are actually doing,
Right.
the benches and the,
Right.
Okay.
And we may not be able to add this year, I get that, but,
Yeah.
you
Right.
just kind of want to see out in the future, what are our
And then-
plans?
the bus.
Right.
This is a subject I know you don't care at all about, Commissioner Kynes.
No, I mean, I do, but.
I'm kidding.
I
That was
would
a
like-
joke. That was a joke.
I would really like to see, I think that's it's not real clear, and so, but we still are expending all the effort, because even whether they choose or not to put money in the fund, it's still going through the process.
Right.
So,
We have
and
some
that was a
large-scale,
That was a very good point.
we have some large-scale public art projects, the water tower at City Hall. And certainly Gateway, he's elected to do it on his own property, Joe Kokolakis, but is going through the process set up by the PAMP, so. And Pioneer Park as well.
Oh, yeah, Pioneer Park, that's correct,
Go, Bob.
correct.
Well, and maybe it would help me and the other commissioners, like, okay, we have a bench program, right? And we have we've also talked about, painting those electric boxes, and just a couple of those other things. It would be nice to see it sort of mapped out across the year here, just like you do. I mean, you've
We haven't
got
decided about
implementation of master plan, but it doesn't say what,
Well-
so it's,
I don't mean to interrupt, Mayor, I'm sorry. I will say that this is the one thing that actually, when Lael left, I didn't assign to anybody else.
I get
took it
that.
on myself. So, we can certainly put something together for you in those terms, but we'd have to wait until Lael comes on, or a Lael
you're
equivalent.
the new
Lael
Lael, the new
comes
Lael.
in.
A Lael
Okay.
equivalent.
You don't
That's
have,
gonna
you don't
be
have time to do
hard.
that, Jennifer?
Yeah.
That's gonna be hard.
No,
to find a
I
layout.
get it, I get it.
Yeah.
But, Elizabeth has certainly stepped into the gap and helped us out, a
Well,
lot
and
with
maybe
that.
she can, just add something to them.
And the chair of that committee is very strong. I mean, she understands the process, and, Jackie Nigro, so.
Okay.
Okay,
Um,
on the building fund.
all right, so let's do this if everybody's okay. We'll go through the building fund and then we'll take a break?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, some highlights, the building fund. We've got a reduction in our fees of approximately 33%, or 37%, excuse me. And basically, this has to do with, on March 18th, 2021, the City Commission approved revising our fee ordinance. It was ordinance number 2112, and the fees are reduced at that time by about 33% in general. The reduction was to work towards being in compliance with the state code section 553-80, Florida state statute, which allows for no more fund balance carry forward than an average of its last 4 years previous operating expenditures. So that reduction was done, and that's what's showing the difference between the original budget in '21 and the proposed budget in '22. From miscellaneous revenue, just a small increase there for increase in permit surcharges in 2022 over '21. Operating costs are up 26%. This is due mainly to an increase in the ISF fund allocation for IT services of about $60,000 in '22 over '21, and also an increased cost associated with the new InterGov software system that's about to roll out in the near future. Capital's reduced in '22 by $30,000, and that was, the department purchased a vehicle for the building code division in 2021, and that's what that variance is. And for the assumptions, license and permits are estimated 3% growth from '24 to '27. Miscellaneous revenues 1% growth. Transfers in, we have the transfer in from the Public Art Fund that we just mentioned for $35,100, and that again should be the final payment in 2022. And then on the expenditure side, we have salary merit increases of 3.5%, benefits of 6% increase, and then operating adjustments of 2% per year. And the overview of the building fund, as you can see at under fiscal year '22, the ending available fund balance is about $2.4 million. We have a very healthy fund balance in this fund, as we've mentioned before, and that's one of the reasons that we adjusted the fees we just talked about, and as you can see, if you go to fiscal year '25, available fund balance is about 1.376. Somewhere in between '24 and '25, we are projecting to get to that level where we're less than 1 year, we're less than that 4-year average I mentioned of operating budget. So we have a plan, and we'll continue to monitor it. The goal is that this fee reduction will get us to where we think we need to be in the '24-25 timeframe, and if we're not seeing that in a year from now or a year and a half from now, whatever, then we'll look at other ways to address it. Whether fee reductions or whatever may make sense at the time. But we think what we've done will address the issue, and we'll get to that amount that the code wants to see. And there's no real timeline on it. I've talked to our auditors, and there's no real timeline on it. They just want to see that you're working towards it.
Still, it's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Still, even by the end of what you're showing.
Can you remind me what the uses of that funds can be? I know you did that a couple months ago. If you just remind me.
Well, it can be for, anything, salary and benefits for anybody working on, in the building department, and, permits and all the reviews and things like that they do, and all the operating costs associated with that, and including capital. We just mentioned they purchased a vehicle, and capital operating, just kind of all the costs that it takes for that, the members, the staff in that department to do all the different permit reviews and follow-ups and things like that.
We actually purchased computer equipment related to InterGov as well for the building department.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, that's true.
So it's all related to the department. There's nothing outside of.
Yeah, it's all related to the department, and that permitting's, all related to the department too. In other words, once that rolls out, hopefully in the very near future, yeah.
It must be restricted to anything related to operations of the building department.
Thank you.
But not code enforcement.
Right, not code enforcement.
Unless it's a building issue through code enforcement.
What?
Unless it's related to the building department, a structure in code enforcement.
So some can be in there. Are you, any building?
No. No, if it's related to the operations of the building department.
Never mind.
Yeah.
It's not worth trying to dissect that. Not important
So any
enough.
building.
Okay.
So, community development is different from this.
Yes.
Because this is basically based on a lot of the code enforcement, the building permits. Is that correct?
So building is a division within the Community Development Department.
Okay.
Right.
That's fine. When do we get there?
Actually, we passed through the general fund, so.
Oh,
We'll get
brother,
there, though.
well then, I was waiting until we were here. So what do I do now? I
I'm
was
not
waiting
sure.
for community development to ask my question.
Okay, let's go ahead and do that at the very end. We have city commission direction.
Perfect.
Okay, all right.
Boy, you know, we're living on the edge as to what the big mystery is.
That is.
Yeah, it's not like grandiose.
Okay, good.
Anything else on building fund? All right, let's take a, 5-minute break.
Cool.
So,
Mary, you don't have Tylenol, do you? Do you have Tylenol?
I don't.
Tylenol? Do we have any Tylenol in the back?
million, it's yours.
But Dun-Dun?
Yeah,
I'm trying to buy property in Dun-Dun. Well, you're a dum-dum.
All right, we ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, guys, we're going to start back. All right, welcome back to our budget workshop of July 9th, right? Today's the 9th. And we'll start off with the county gas tax fund.
Okay, some highlights of the gas tax fund. First, starting with our revenues. We're estimating about a 7.4% decrease in our fuel tax revenue. I mentioned earlier that our 21 budget's coming in below plan, and we're adjusting 22 to what we think is more realistic and also kind of consistent with what the county's estimating too. But I also want to mention that we currently do not have in our budget the potential 1 to 5 cent fuel tax that the county may approve this year. We had a discussion on that about a month or a month and a half ago. We had a staffing item discussing this, but we estimate that if the county approves the 1 to 5 cent sales tax, if they approve the full 5 cents, we could receive revenue, our city, as much as $267,000 more than we currently have in our budget. I want to mention that that's not in our budget. We will continue to monitor the county on their progress and their decision-making on whether they increase it and by how much. But I want to mention that's not in our numbers right now. For intergovernmental revenue, that line, the $123,000, 574, we'll go over. I'll show you more in a minute, but that's our revenue recovery calculation for 22 estimate for the gas tax fund. So our total revenue recovery that we're estimating in this fund is $427,000. That's over a few years. But that's our estimate that's in the plan right now, in the long-term plan. But 22's amount is $123,000, $123,500. And also for expenditures, there's a slight reduction of 2.7% in operating costs, and that's due mainly to a decrease in signage replacement compared to the 21 budget. And for assumptions in the gas tax fund, we're mirroring the county's estimates, most recent estimates, which is pretty modest growth as it has been in prior years in the fuel tax fund from 23 to 27. I mentioned the stimulus funding. We have, in the numbers from 21 to 23, a total of $426,816 calculation estimate for revenue recovery in the gas tax fund. And miscellaneous revenues, 1% growth, and then we have expenditures, operating expenditures at 3% growth in the model. And then for the overview, this is on page 90 and 91 of the proposed budget book. As I mentioned before, the estimates are based on county for revenue. For 2022, our reserve levels are in good shape in this fund. We've got $555,000 estimated at the end of 22. We're well above our target, as you can see. And as I mentioned, this fund could change over time if the county does approve that additional fuel tax. And also, if you look at the top there under revenues, if you look at intergovernmental. You can see under 22, the second line down, there's 123,574, and then on 23, there's 134,778. Those are those line items that represent the estimated stimulus recovery. And I want to mention also that it affects this fund and also Penny. Our consultant has said that that pavement management is definitely an eligible expense. So
Ineligible?
Eligible, sorry.
Eligible.
Eligible, yeah. So pavement management, per our consultant, with revenue recovery, we can spend these dollars on pavement management. So I want to mention that because
And payment management would include,
Greg Streets?
would would include the 600 and some every year we have in Penny.
And Penny.
Correct, and our gas tax portion too, yeah. You'd ask
Knew
that
it would
question,
be.
yeah,
I
and
knew it would be.
it is eligible.
Because that pay-go, however they called it, it just seemed like, this is awesome news, because in theory, you could do several, depending on what our needs, depending on where our funding needs are, you could either free up penny money, free up gas tax money, or a combination of both, with that money. I mean, yeah,
Correct.
for
Right.
3 years. That is huge news, because I know we're not looking at the penny right now, but that's $1.8 million. Let's say 2 million, I'll just round it to 2.
Yeah.
That's almost $2 million that we would save.
Can you clarify what you just said, because I missed it?
Okay, so every year in penny, I'm just going to use a round number, 600,000 we have from penny money, and then we have money that goes from gas tax
Right.
as well to get to our 1 million annual thing for our pavement management every year, which
Right.
means, either rebuilding a road or paving a road. If we can get all those expenses from the American Recovery,
okay.
we have now
Just
just
that you
saved $2 million for the next, that's $2 million. That's like 1.8 out of penny that we can use for something else, which is really, really strong news.
Yeah, or we can accelerate.
Yep.
our
Ken,
roads.
if it's infrastructure and if it's rebuilding of streets, then will you ask specifically if if there is any movement in that fund for reparation of brick streets?
I could check that, yeah,
Restoration,
yeah.
because, that's always
That
been.
might be the way to pay for it.
It's always been so stymied because we've never had the money to do the brick streets, wanting to, and always saying we have to keep up with our pavement needs. So if there is a way that also covers that,
That means we could do both. It doesn't mean, it's not an either or. If brick
No.
streets were
It would
figured
not.
in there,
Yeah, we do, I just asked the question to staff the other day, because I'm, in full transparency, the worst brick street is my street. And so I'm not going to lead the charge on it, but my neighbors, of course, are asking about it because it is the worst street. There were neighborhood sessions set up, held, and then a bid went out, and I guess it was astronomical. And the staff is getting me an update because I'm getting a lot of questions, because it's really bad. It's very bad. And then you add kind of drainage issues by that end of the street. You just have a bad combination.
didn't they fix that? There was a huge. I
You
thought
know-
that they really went in at least one section that was.
Paul,
a
maybe
big-
that's something you have to look at, because I know that the dead end side of Santa Barbara was better drainage. We did some work, but it definitely was, and maybe just was the level of the rain we got. But I got to tell you, all the years I've ever lived there, it never got past my driveway. And it did, that one storm, so. But I guess there was a blockage going on, so maybe it was a fluky thing, but anyway, it's bad, and
Yeah, and
I don't know what we're gonna do with brick streets overall, but it's not something that's just gonna go away, so we do have to resolve. But I do get that it's
August list.
expensive too, so it is a challenge. So-
But
And maybe
again,
this is something where it's gonna help us.
Yeah, and if we can, Jorge, don't even look at me mean, because I totally agree that pavement, we have to keep that. But we have been searching for a way to rehabilitate some of these gorgeous old brick streets forever.
good news. This is so good. I am so
Morning.
excited. Were you holding that little tidbit?
Yeah, he was sandbagging.
I thought we would get to it when we got to Penny, but
No, Jorge Quintas, Deputy City Manager. Commissioner Franny is correct. We did price out that work in front of Santa Barbara, and it was pretty extensive. So in the meantime, Keith's folks are looking at doing some interim repairs. But that is one thing that we can look at if that $15 million gets deposited. And obviously, we can use some of it for the 3 years for what we've got programmed into the penny and the gas tax to offload those dollars and reprogram them back for other projects. If we can't find anything else to allocate these dollars to, and we can use it on brick streets, then we can go spend that money fixing brick streets, because it is cost prohibitive. when we look at our entire network, brick streets only make up 6% of our network,
But it's infrastructure.
but it's cost prohibitive. But if we can use these dollars to make some of those repairs, then that would be,
This is really exciting.
instead of giving it back, that's what we would spend it on.
Because the Band-Aid effect, I mean, that is totally.
The area
good
that,
after bad.
in front of your home, it's, the problem is the road is underlaid with clay. And so that's the
Right, no,
base
I get
failure. That's why they're failing. And when it rains, it makes it even worse. So,
Yes, and I just want to say, we have a well-done program that lays out the condition of all brick streets. Just so happens that the one,
So, Mayor, I
was
think
the
that
worst.
that's why it's important, because, throughout our conversation, we returned to the American Rescue Plan Act, and how we're going to spend that money. And that's why this is another, we're taking note, why it's so important that we approach this comprehensively.
Absolutely.
And, what's going to happen, when we get to Penny talk about with Coca-Cola and Gladys Douglas and what that means is huge. So, after we get through the budget and that huge work effort, then this will be the next big item to come before you.
So for August, I have on the list, then you'll find out if brick streets or brick street reconstruction or whatever is part of the thing. And then, I mean, that doesn't mean we're going to do it all. It just means, at least we understand, as Jennifer just said, we want to look at everything comprehensively, what else is out there that, but we know it's something that we've been very well aware of for the last, 10 to 20 years, and we haven't been able to afford to do it.
And I don't live on a brick street. I wish I did, but I don't. So I have no problem pushing brick streets.
well, I will push every brick street but my own, but my neighbors are pushing our brick street because it's the worst on the thing, and it is. And I mean, I had one of them come up to me the other day and like, what's going on? What's happening? And, I said, well, I'll double check on it. And basically, because of the standing water, he'd hit one of the big ruts, because if you go down there, it's bad. And, caused damage to his car, and, they're frustrated. And they're partly frustrated because we communicated that it was gonna happen, then COVID hit. And I get it. When you guys told me the figure, I'm like, ugh,
Well, what's the figure?
$1 million for that part of, for a relatively small part of,
Oh, gotcha.
yeah. I mean, it's not
You know
good.
what? I'm not saying it's cheap, but I gotta tell you, it's right.
Well, when we
Right
look at,
thing to do.
what do you want to preserve in your history, again, I'm speaking for brick streets citywide, I mean,
They're beautiful.
anybody that, that's part of what makes our character, so, but it does gag you, so it is, but we got to deal with it. We got to figure out how to do it. What's that?
It is traffic calming,
It
definitely.
is traffic calming, you got that right.
I do love the conversation of brick streets. I do like the comprehensive approach, because we also did just support a multimodal master plan, and that needs to be taken into consideration.
Okay.
Okay, penny fund. Penny fund surtax revenue has increased 14% in 2022 over 21. I mentioned this some earlier. Basically, our 21 budget was very conservative, and our estimates for the current year are that our actual revenues will come in significantly higher than our 21 budget. We're estimating about 4.1 million or more for 2021 for penny, and our 22 is budgeted at 4.2 million now. So we're about 2.5% growth is what we're kind of estimating in 21 over 22 estimates. So I think a reasonable estimate for 22. Intergovernmental, this is the stimulus estimate, stimulus funding estimate for the penny fund for fiscal year 22. The total estimate for penny fund for the American Rescue Plan funding is 1.8 million. That we'll go over more in a minute. That's over the 3 or 4 year time frame. That's the estimate now. The consultants have looked at that, and they agree with the methodology. They have looked at that one for the penny fund. So we've got about 1.8 million right now in stimulus, and the 471 is 1 year estimate. One of those years, 22. The debt proceeds, there's no debt proceeds in 2022. We had debt proceeds for City Hall, so that's just we have none in 2022 budgeted. In 21 we had City Hall. And we have a reduction in capital cost in the penny fund. And as you know, capital costs can change a lot year to year, but the main reason for this change is we have more budgeted for City Hall in 2021 than we do in 2022. So that's with the majority of that difference of $950,000. And then the transfer out in '22, that is the other side of what we mentioned earlier. This is a transfer from the penny fund to the stadium fund, and the contribution. This is basically paying them back. This is paying them back for the loan. And then those are the highlights. And then for the assumptions, we've got penny revenue estimates based on county estimates, and these could change, but right now these are what the county are estimating from 23 to 27. Pretty modest growth. They did reduce these recently, and so we'll see if they change or not as the budget progresses for the county for future years. And then intergovernmental, we're including in 2022 county contributions of 13% for the EOC totaling $447,000. That's the county's portion of the EOC cost. And then also I mentioned the stimulus funding, we've got total stimulus funding of $1,813,000 currently in our penny fund. And then for miscellaneous items, 21 estimates, we show the Gateway proceeds for $663,000. The Gateway transaction is closed, and the sales proceeds were $1,666,000, but that $1 million we have netted against the City Hall project cost, but we did recognize the revenue of $663 in 2021 in the forecast for 2021. The 23 proceeds from the sale of the Jones Building, we mentioned earlier that we've got $250,000 in there, and we will look at it as we talked about adjusting that up to a more reasonable number, like we talked about earlier, for the estimated sales proceeds. And then we have transfers in 2022 through 2030, 2027 in the model we've got and that's the contribution from the water wastewater fund for the City Hall's portion of the debt service payments for the City Hall. So that it's $3.9 million out to 30, and then we just got it every year in our model for their contribution towards the debt service payment.
Les, could you clarify again that 663,000? Explain to me, I'm sorry, because
Yeah, the 663 is just, the Gateway property sold for $1,666,000, $1.6 million it sold for. We didn't have that revenue in our penny fund prior, the revenue, so we put that revenue in, the 663, and then the $1 million was already in the penny fund as $1 million netted against the project cost, so.
City Hall. Okay,
City Hall.
thank you. I just wanted to make sure I understood it. Thanks.
Right. And penny fund overview, this is in the budget book on pages 92 and 93. As I mentioned, it includes the ERA funding, the stimulus funding, and that if you go to the second line, if you look at 22, the second line from the top, it says intergovernmental. Those are the revenue estimates for recovery for those 2 years. Just as an example, that's where that's shown. And as I mentioned, Wood O'Brien has looked at this, and they did agree with the methodology for the penny fund, our new consultants. Want to mention also that we, in the project side, we increased the pool project from $2 to $3 million. That was discussed on May 14th, so that's been adjusted here. That project's now $3 million in the penny fund. We also added $200,000 for the Gladys Douglas Preserve Development in 2022 for site improvements in 2022. That's been added in the penny fund since May 14th. So those are two items. And we have the stimulus in here, as I mentioned, and as we discussed, this can be spent on payment management. We talked about already. And you can see that, our available reserve out to 27 is just over $5 million. So this stimulus fundings help that, obviously, So that's just $5 billion, and that even gets a little higher if you go out to 2030 than that number. But we have a nice amount of reserve right now, or uncommitted, I guess is the best, better word for it, in the penny fund. Are there any questions on the penny
On
fund?
the penny. I do.
I just have one question. When is the pram shed actually going to be done?
22?
Do we have any, I mean, is it on track? Is it?
Yes, good morning, Laney Sheets, Parks and Recreation Administration Superintendent. We put that project on hold because both of the sailing groups want to do it during their down season. So they want to do it during the summer months when they're not actively programming and have to cancel things. So when we weren't going to hit this summer, we delayed it until next summer. And they were completely on board with doing that because they wanted to make sure that they got it right. So it also gave them the extra time for that planning of the nuances of the details of the project. So we are good to go, on track with the architectural and different site surveys that are being done. We're finalizing those plans with the committee and the Marina Advisory Committee for bidding beginning of 22 for construction during the summer.
So basically, summer sailing camps won't happen till 2 years from now.
Correct. And we were on a pause with those programs anyway. Last year, we were under the dredge. So those programs didn't happen last summer either. And then this summer, we were supposed to be under construction with the pram shed. So they didn't have, so unfortunately, yeah, we'll have a few years hiatus, and we had the instructor leave as well. So,
Thank you. Thank you, Justin.
be looking for a
I didn't know it was me.
2 years from now, we will
Thank you, Lane.
not be dealing with that
Yeah,
kind of thing.
that's a definite.
It's
Lane.
it's our friendly folks who used to be with us before, never mind, I'm not going to say that. It'll come out. Never mind.
I have no idea what you're talking
Yeah, that's why I stopped myself.
about. Oh, okay,
My mouth was moving faster than my brain was.
okay.
Where were we?
Anyway, thank you, Laney. Laney gave us an
Oh,
update on
gotcha.
pram shed.
Any other questions on Penny? I have questions. So when I'm looking at the numbers, now that I have them in front of my face, we're about, I'll still stay at $1.8 million. And I understand that we upped the pool, and we have at the end 5 million.
62,000. Well, in 2027.
Yeah. I'm just looking at, where we are, and you said we're going to have more by 2030. Do you know how much more? Like, you talking 6 million, or what are we talking?
Right now, we're at 6,030,000.
And 30?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
As an end balance, and of course, we know there'll be many things that come up between now and then, so that's not, and we don't have to decide that today, I just want to put it out there.
I missed that. No, I was looking at the wrong page. I see what you're saying, though.
Yeah.
That may give us a lot of ability.
So, I really do, I know we added to the pool budget, but I don't think that's enough. And I absolutely don't, for the project that we were hoping to get, for the project that we had always dreamed about having, and I'm not saying it has to be, Adventure Island or anything. I think we've all
Sounds
resided.
awesome.
I know we've all resided ourselves to the fact that that's not going to happen, but I just don't want us to get too far down the planning road without considering. I think we want, I'm looking at my colleagues, okay, because I probably know how most people in the room feel.
Well, I'll jump in and just say, my understanding of the money we have there, the 3 million is, that's a phased-in approach. That has nothing to do with what the final price tag is. The question will be, how much can we build right away versus later, right?
The 3 million will get us a pool.
Yeah,
Will get us a new main pool.
But-
So right now, we have an RFP out for a master plan design of the entire complex that's going to go through the whole community involvement process and ultimately to the city commission. And then also for designing the main pool so we can do our swim lessons and lap swimming, zero depth entry and all that sort of thing. So that type of programming. But we do need a new bathhouse. You know, we are looking at some slides and sprays and possibly lazy river. So we are going to be looking at a really nice design of an aquatic complex.
Right, and then, yeah, so,
Of course, we have to stay within budget.
Now, but but are you saying, just to reiterate, the master plan would show all of that, but then show how you would phase all of that in?
Yes.
And when is that going to be?
We have it out to bid right now. The RFPs come back, the bids come in August 3rd. Our goal, it's an aggressive goal, is to be under construction, at least with the main pool, by September of '22.
When do you think the
That's our
master
goal.
plan would be completed? Like May of next year or something?
I would say that once we get started, a 90-day, 120-day period, 3 to 4 months.
With community input?
Yeah.
Have you met our community?
yeah, that might be up.
We have strong people, strong.
We do have a,
And I say that in the best terms.
we do have
you know.
actually a schedule of
Okay.
of how long everything is going to
Right.
take us.
We definitely want to have as much input as we can, because now's the time.
Exactly, yeah. That's why we are aggressively working with the RFP to get the architectural services awarded as soon as possible, so we can get that contractor on site in August. And we're looking for them to have a few months to put together the various concepts to bring to the community. Our aggressive schedule is to have that out to the community December 1st, so that we can do it before the holidays.
Yeah, well, you can-
And bring it to commission with the results of that community input in January. At worst-case scenario, that gets pushed back a month. If we can't meet that December 1st, we'll do the community input in January and bring those results to you in February.
Yeah, that might be better.
It's aggressive.
That might be better, just because people don't like to do that kind of thing in the holidays, and you kind of want to get your people who are coming back, your seasonal people, even though,
Yeah.
you know.
So we're looking in that December, January, February timeline to bring to you the various, what the community is asking for that master plan, so that we can then work on the construction documents during the spring.
I have a question. What are you going to, when we're talking about sometimes when you build big bridges or whatever, and you'll do another one, I'm wondering, are you going to do the pool in the same place? Are you going to do it in another place so that you keep that open until you open your new one? And
Yeah, this has to be designed for today, but also for the future. And what's going to be the challenge is the bathhouse, because it's where it is now, and if you demo the pool where it is, you rebuild it there, and then you have to do a master plan around it. So that's what we need to be working closely with our consultants, right?
so you
But-
are going to shut down the pool. That's what I'm trying to get through my brain.
Well, unless the pool can be built in a separate location, then you can
and then
keep
you
the pool open and, while you're rebuilding a new pool.
That's what I'm
But so much of this is going to be contingent on the bathhouse, which I think is really going to be an important element
Yeah, that bathhouse.
for Phase 1. Yeah.
Well, I mean, people have waited so long for this pool. I mean, how long have we been talking about
I
this?
know, I mean,
And
way too
really,
long,
and
but-
really, the only reason I brought it up is
The last big project.
because, as we're going through, I just, again, looking for my colleagues' feedback, we put it on our penny list as one of our signature projects. I know there are other things going on out there that we haven't discussed yet, that are going to cost money as well. But, when you tell the community that this is what you're doing, I want to stay as close and true to that as we can. So
Yeah, and if we make the penny fund healthier, who knows what we can achieve by the
Right.
time we're done
And I
evolving.
I don't know that I'm asking to put another million in there or anything like that, but if my commission would do that, I would absolutely support it, but
I'm on board for that.
Oh, wait,
I am not. I'm for going through this budget process now, and then looking at this comprehensively after we discover the American Rescue.
and I'm fine with that.
and all
I'm
the
fine with that. Listen, again, you know me, I'm always going to push it, but
I think you were basing it on as it shakes out.
Yes.
How much money we actually have in the penny and how much money we can actually add to that project. And that's something.
If it is as healthy as it looks like it's going to be, then maybe we do it. If it's not,
Yeah, I think,
then it
but
changes.
John, you're right. I mean, until everything sort of shakes out, then we need to know what we're going to actually accrue in the penny fund.
And I'm fine with that. Listen, I'm fine with that, really. I just wanted to make sure I said it again and pointed out again that we have,
And I'm going
you
to
know.
just add to that by saying again, the rationale, it's not just a pool. I mean, we are in a hot, hot, hot area of the United States of America. And we have a lot of older homes. They do not have pools. We have kids that don't have access to pools. They don't get much time in our pool during summer programs as it is. That's been true for 25 years. And this community deserves a good, today kind of pool for our children and our seniors. And so it is, it's not just a fun thing, it's an important thing, it's a fitness thing, it's a wellness thing, it's a lot of different reasons that people put, invest in the pool, and
Drowning prevention
It's definitely
is-
time. It's definitely time, so.
and so that we don't go any more off on a tangent, when you guys go to, would you, I'm looking at them, but I'm really talking to you. I think it would be good if, before you get in too deep with your consultant, once they come on board, is if you have individual meetings with the commission to get a sense from the get-go on what we're looking for out of it, what's important to us, before you go down that road, so that you can then express that to the consultant, the different things. I think that would be, before you go down the road versus after, well, why doesn't it have this, or why? Because it's a signature project for our city.
Yeah, we also have, we're working on tours, taking tours of other facilities that would be similar to what we're thinking. But I think that we probably do need those.
Some of us might like to.
Yeah.
So, actually, just going down a rabbit hole, and I try not to be the one who does, but we're going on tours, and I know that there are members of the commission who would like to go. I mean, we could go in separate cars, we could go more than once, but we're traveling.
Yep.
So I want to bring that back to you as far as who goes.
Yep.
And I know, you're very conscious of sunshine and not all going at the same time and that type of thing. So that's something Vince and I were talking about, how we're going to work that
Very
out.
good. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
And I'm going to go further down the rabbit hole and just say that communities that do it right, too, they can have a tremendous amount of cost recovery. So it doesn't just have to be a bleeder in that way. I am envisioning the day that we're all in a lazy river, and it's the first ribbon cutting, that we're in the lazy river.
Are we
in our
gonna
bathing
cut-
suits.
Are we going to cut the ribbon in our bathing suits?
No.
Thank God I've been on
It will be
diet.
historic. It will be historic. John's not even looking at me right now. It's right.
John's like,
I've got a 19.
It will be a picture everyone will want.
I have a 1920s bathing suit. That really works. I mean, come on, I'll loan everybody one.
Mayor,
yes,
just,
please do. Change this. I'm just envisioning this whole thing, and I'm like, yeah, no.
in regards to the signature projects.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's 2021, and EOC
Right.
is complete, City Hall is underway. We will turn our considerable attention to the pool at this point and take note of your comments. But again, I do think it's something that we need to really have a good look at Penny and
Strategically planned.
because, Penny fiscal year 2023 is 2.1%, we're, in increase. We think that's conservative. So when City Hall was approved for the Board of Finance, they thought that 4.2 million in 2029 was a good balance, fund balance in Penny. And right now, we're probably at 6. So we're in a really good position, but we need to be very careful because not only are we in a good position, but we have other priorities as well.
Well, parking, number one. I mean, we took our parking money and we put it towards the Gladys Douglas. I mean, even 200,000 in here which was the other thing I was going to bring up. I mean, we know we're working on the grants, and we feel pretty good about all of that. But you darn well know that there is going to be more as we get into it, you know, in here for that. Sterling Development, we don't have future money for that. So,
Right.
and I am sure there are projects out there that are coming from a team perspective that we haven't even thought of, but parking, West End, East End, and that could be up to $5 million in, like that, you know, if you're thinking about it, you know, if it's land or garage or whatever it is. So I'm very aware of that. That's why but I did just want us to just reiterate the importance that we, you know, we don't want just a pool for laps. That's not what we want. We have that now. We don't want that.
Yeah, that's always been our vision,
Yeah.
to be a community pool with concession stand and the other things that I mentioned.
And, you know, we don't have to be the Long Center, because we've got the Long Center right there, you know? So, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Vince is going to do a happy dance all the way back to his chair.
I only had one other question. I saw the Skinner corridor improvements were in 2024, and I had thought we were going to move that to 2023.
May I speak to that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Excuse me. We had a very good meeting late with DOT last week, and we are looking to move the project up 2 years from construction of 2026 to 2024, with a design starting in 2023. One of the things that's a little bit challenging, it sounds so basic, is DOT's fiscal year is July, ours is October. We are looking to make sure that we have the dollars available. From DOT's perspective, they're looking at needing $1 million to design the project. We
So
have,
they're going to take on the design now, so that worked out?
I'm sorry, yes.
Oh, because I mean,
Yes.
which takes the whole thing off of our plate.
It's a big deal. I'm sorry. I should have given that as an overview.
Well, I didn't know, I knew they were talking about it, and
Yeah.
I knew you were looking into it,
Just have
so
all good news to
Yeah.
thank you, Jesus, because this is really good
This
news.
is good news. Nothing's all solidified, but looks good. DOT would take on the design and the management of the construction. They're looking at $1 million to do design. We're going to have $600,000 available to them for the design. We're looking at Forward Pinellas to fill the gap for the $400,000. They look very receptive. They're looking into it right now. Then we're looking at the construction. We'd still have the $1 million Forward Pinellas infrastructure grant, as well as we had $1 million there, a penny, and then the CRA is going to borrow some money to make it happen. But right now with the schedule, we're good, because 24 for us is 23 of October 1st. So,
Okay, because.
yes,
okay,
I know this gets,
gotcha.
we actually had to lay out tables to
To
understand.
figure it out.
We did,
So it's really in 2023, construction starts?
That's-
And design would be more 2022, 23?
right, design would start July 1st of 2022. Okay, that's DOT schedule.
Next summer.
You're right, so we have a little bit of lag,
Okay.
but they're
Okay,
fine
good.
with it. I know this is,
No, I'm
it's,
just happy to hear that, because that's what Whit was describing to me.
Yes.
And he said if we didn't move it up, then with that extra money that they're getting from the American Recovery Act, and they're getting from, that their revenues, that FDOT's revenues came out higher than they anticipated. So there's, I don't know, some $12 million of extra money that Forward Pinellas and the MPO would have use of. And one of their number ones is moving Skinner up, because it is a signature,
Complete Streets project.
yeah, that's what I was looking at him, because I
Of
knew he
course.
might come out with it, yeah, Complete
Complete
Streets
Streets.
project. So this is really exciting, especially
much.
given that the gateway is getting built and will, you know.
Yeah, all good news here for Pinellas to fill that design gap of 400,000. Project to be advanced 2 years for construction, design to be advanced. Yeah, it's all good. We just got to figure out all the mechanics now, and that's why we have a big meeting next week, actually, with Fort Pinellas and DOT.
Well, and would, again, I'm not saying we should or shouldn't, it's not for decision here today, it's a much more comprehensive discussion, but it would appear that this is one of those kinds of projects that could be used for the American, by the American.
Yeah, I've had talks with Les.
Yeah, I don't know about design and all that, I don't know how that works, but the rest
Construction.
of the cost of it,
Yes.
again, which could be,
Could be significant, and then that can
Significant.
help us for another signature project, as you mentioned,
Right.
you know, parking, whatever, so.
Right.
Yes,
okay.
thank you.
Okey doke, thank
What-
you.
Can I just?
Yes.
We're doing this separately? Not you, Bob, I'm good.
Oh, okay.
Les, are we doing this separately? That, all the projects together? or- I just had a question on,
No, we're doing, I mean, we're just trying to, we have this just so we're kind of following along by fund, but
okay,
that's
well,
why
I
we have
don't
it.
know where
yeah.
this question belongs, but it has to do with the stage behind Community Center, because I noticed it moved to 2023, and I just wondered what we're doing with that.
Why don't we do this, why don't we
I
do this
just didn't know
at
when
the
to ask
end?
it.
This was supposed to be helpful to follow along with the
Yeah.
capital projects.
Right.
But maybe what we can do is just go over the red stuff at the end, because I think we're going to finish before we
whichever,
were
yeah.
slated to finish, don't you?
And that means we don't have to go till 5.
Right, we're not going to go.
That'd be a first.
Stop it, we usually get out of here by
Okay, we're gonna
4.
start talking more now, no.
Yeah, maybe we'll do
Yeah, I didn't want to.
we'll just go over the red stuff at the end, just to make sure everybody's very clear. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. All righty. Penny, good.
Okay, so
Skinner, good.
Some highlights on the CRA fund. First are our TIF revenue for property taxes is showing an increase in '22 over '21. And that's 14%, and that's due, our AV growth in the budget is 11.45% in '22 over '21. Our miscellaneous revenue is lower by 21,000. I want to mention, this estimate was done really back in March or even February when COVID was kind of underway, and so I spoke to the Economic Development Department. We're going to get together with them, and I think this estimate was done. The revenue was reduced because of COVID. It was reduced because they anticipated the rents for downtown market to be going down. So now that things have changed, we're gonna I think get together and make an adjustment in this and increase the revenue to be more of a normal year and maybe increase it by 18,000 or so. We'll get with Bob and figure out what that number is. But this reduction is going to go away by some amount because we think that it's that the lowering of it is not needed now because things have gotten better. So we will be adjusting that number and for August 10th. For the operating cost, they've decreased by 7.3% in fiscal year '22 compared to the '21 budget. That's due mainly to the downtown wayfinding and utility pole removal being budgeted in '21 and not in '22. And capital costs have increased by about $436,000. And that's due mainly to, we have $98,000 towards the City Hall project, specifically for the art for City Hall, specifically for that portion of it. And also, we have a $250,000 project for the downtown pavers and walkability enhancement project. And we have the Downtown East Plan Deep East Materials of $150,000. So those are some larger projects that are in 2022 budget. And for the assumptions for CRA fund, we have our property tax growth. Again, we're following, being consistent with the county estimates at this time for '23 to '27. And we'll continue to monitor the county to see if they change that. On the expenditure side, salaries are the 3.5% merit and benefits are 6%. 23 to 27, operating costs are 2% every year increase. And we do have a couple of transfers out. We have transfer out to the impact fund for the park impact fee contribution, and also general fund for some P&R contributions. And the overview is on, this is on, in the budget book on pages 96 and 97. And just to point out a few things here, we have in 2023, under the revenue section, the third line down, just want to mention that we have a placeholder for debt proceeds. This is a placeholder for possibly downtown parking That's currently in the budget in 2023. And we also have, if you look at 2024, we also have debt proceeds of $4.2 million, and that's the estimated debt financing needed for the Skinner Boulevard project with current information. So I just want to point out that those are in there. And the debt financing is also estimated in here as well for, throughout the model for those two loans. And if you look at 2022 at the very bottom, the available ending fund balance, we have quite a few expenses in 22. We still have a fund balance of $52,000, and then it's going back up in 2023 through 2027, as you can see, out and it's out in 2027. It's about $1.4 million with current numbers in here. And we do also show a grant for the Skinner Boulevard project of $1 million in 2025. We have that in here too, as in the revenue section under intergovernmental under 2025. Are there any questions on the overview or any of the projects in the CRA fund?
I have a quick question. I'd have to turn back a page. You went too fast for me. At the very end of the penny, we've got, in one of the bottom lines, we have 300,000 and 300,000, and that's related to the Coca-Cola adaptive reuse. I just want to point out the importance of that, and the timing is, I understand why it's the way it is. Bob, I'm sure, put it in there from the standpoint of when things may be happening, but I just want to reiterate the importance of that and some of the flexibility, and I'm assuming that number is just a guesstimate, just a number that's put in there at this point in time. I just want to make that statement. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
Thank you.
I have a question on the CRA too. Bob, somehow, I just like to clarify this. How much do you pay for the maintenance shed?
Bob Ironsmith, Economic Development. I think off the top of my head, for the maintenance shed, somewhere probably around 26, 28,000.
Okay.
I'm guessing here a little bit. I don't have it in front of me.
No, I think that's right around the thing. And then we have rentals coming in. And then, so if you add those in, and then we know we spend from the general fund 35,000. I mean, I think I just like to clarify that the arts incubator, in fact, does have some rental coming in. So our bottom line is 35, even though I understand totally, I'm reiterating that they have another year. I just like to always clarify that, because it looks like we're spending 180, and that's not really true.
Okay, with regard to the art incubator,
Yeah.
yes, the CRA.
Because we go through this I'd just like you to know the real numbers, because I know whatever the rental, we figured this out last time, that you pay 26 for the maintenance. We think we pay to subsidize around 35. And I just want to make that very clear, right?
Okay, yeah, it's somewhere around the $35,000 to
Yeah,
$40,000
it's from
number.
the general fund.
Yes, from the
Yes.
general fund.
And I just want to make that
Yeah,
clear.
that's over on the economic development side, yes.
Right.
Yes, it is. Okay,
Okay, thank you, Bob.
Don't go anywhere.
okay, I won't go anywhere.
The interim review of CRA by the county is when?
Yes, yes, a very good question, Commissioner Freeney. It is in 2025, and we certainly know, and there's a big meeting coming up, we certainly know that the county, all direction is to reduce their TIF proportion to what the city millage is. Remember, the city millage of 4.1345, the county is at, what's the county at, 5.4?
5.3 or 4. Yeah.
4, so, yeah, the county's going to reduce that, so that's probably going to be, I'm estimating here a little bit, somewhere probably about a 20-25% hit to the TIF. So yes, TIF will be reducing from 2025 to 2033, and as you heard Les say, we're taking on quite a bit of debt.
Is that an absolute?
It looks pretty much in that, from what the policy that the county commission adopted, that looks like definite direction. I don't see that.
Have they enacted it to anybody yet?
Not that I know of. Let me get a little more information and I can email the city manager and the commission. We know Largo is going through their interim review now. I don't know what Largo's millage rate is, frankly, off the top of my head. So I need to find out about that and get back to you.
It's 5-something.
It's 5-something.
Actually,
Yeah, it's in
How many
Commissioner
CRAs are in the county?
I don't know off the top of my head, Commissioner. Quite a few. Quite a few, yeah. You got Tarpon, Safety Harbor, several in St. Pete, Clearwater, of course us. There's quite a few. I'm sorry, I don't know off the top of my head.
So we have a good number compared to the rest of the state of Florida here in, just general information.
217 acres, yes.
Oh, yes, we do.
Yeah,
We do.
and that blew,
Eh, eh.
remember I asked you that, 217 acres, and I was going, wow.
Yeah, we're one of the few to, accolades to the commission, to get the CRA extended. That was a huge deal that we did. Some of these communities that didn't do it, such as Safety Harbor, they got some concern there. So that we were led the pack on that one. And we were one of the first to do it, too.
How many does St. Pete have?
Boy, several. I want to say it's 2 or 3. Yeah, several. They really have quite a few.
My follow-up, anyway, to my other
Yeah.
question was just, Bob, I just wonder if we should, and this is to the commission as well, but I'd like your opinion. Should we, and maybe we do in one of our other documents, our full 10-year plan? I mean, because we got 10 more years left, basically, in a perfect world. Do we lay that out? I mean, I just wonder if,
Yeah.
We just went through this.
Yeah.
Wasn't it last
Is it-
year or was
Yeah.
it the year before? Because I had said the same thing.
Yeah.
I think you
By
were
the
here
end?
and I said
We
we
did.
wanted to see the whole, because there's
All the
always like
projects,
big
yeah.
holes, in the outer years of what we're looking at with the long term, and we're wanting to know,
Yeah. Well,
especially before the 25 review.
Right, because
If there
we
are
can
things
show-
that we should be strategically moving up to look good.
Yeah, I
or-
think,
or
I'm sorry.
showing that, why we need them to hold the line so we can kind of finish strong by 2033.
okay,
But, yeah.
Yeah, okay, what I'm hearing from the commissioner and the other commissioner, and of course I'll work with the city manager Jennifer here, is you want to put something down on paper that shows we still need this the way it is till 2033. And of course, a biggie, and of course I've been speaking with Jennifer quite a bit, is parking. And
Yeah.
I know it got mentioned, and you not only talk about land, but you talk about some type of structure you can run in there. So what I'd like to do, I'm also scheduled to meet with Les. We need to look at our long-range funding plan and what that impact is on 2025, I guess 2 ways. One, if it stays the way it is, one, if it's reduced, and what the projects are. So if I may, let me start
Can we do
that.
that for August, maybe, for our budget?
I don't know if I can
You know
get
what
it.
I'd like to do, actually, is during the CRA meeting. Would probably be the best time to bring that plan that we already presented to you
Yes.
with all the projects and.
Right,
the-
previously, and maybe just an update, where are we
Yeah,
now? Because
update you
they
there.
did do it.
We did do excuse me, Mayor, we have a capital improvement element in our master plan that was done in 2013, and what we did, if you recall, is we checked off everything that had been done, what was left, and of course, now we were looking more at parking to add to it. So maybe what I can do is bring that back with a little bit of revision and fill in some of those things, and also work with Les with regard to a long-term financial plan. Does that make sense, or you're?
Yeah, it does. I mean, I just think, prior to that interim review, the stronger we are in kind of help us finish strong to 2033. We know it's done then, but hey, we're gonna turn over a
Yeah.
really great investment, so let's make our argument for not moving, lowering the millage.
I agree, not to be negative, Commissioner, but I think the county is pretty much set in this
Yeah,
direction,
but-
so, I
Ain't over
understand.
till it's over, but I get it.
Okay,
But either way, I think obviously
It's a
we've
good
got
tool.
We've got a 10-year window, and,
Yeah.
being aggressive with how we're gonna use it is good anyway.
absolutely. I need a little bit of time to put it together, but as the city manager said, we'll bring it before CRA.
Right, and I would say to add to that, like, I'll give you an example, when I look at kind of the list of things that you've got on today's capital in the budget,
Sure.
Downtown undergrounding, I'm assuming that's around Douglas over there?
Douglas, and also we were looking at Huntley a little bit, yes.
Right.
Yes.
Huntley? Oh, Huntley.
Huntley,
Gotcha.
sorry, Huntley, yeah.
Gotcha. But what we don't know is we don't have any money going out, and we don't know where else we might want that. And now I know those partnerships come up, like we didn't know about the Douglas Park partnership, but now we have one.
They do, yes.
So I mean, it's those kinds of things that you kind of want to know, well, what's our goal? Where are we trying to get to? How much undergrounding do we want to achieve? Do we want to put a little something every year for it, or, and that's just one thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's, unlike some of the other areas in the city, ours is extremely fluid, and it changes dramatically based on opportunities. I mean, I can call up Jennifer on a Friday and say, what if? And it's just the nature of the redevelopment and what occurs. So, yeah, so we do our best, but it is extremely fluid.
No, thank you, Bob.
Okay,
But,
so we'll come back just at a CRA meeting
Yeah.
then, upcoming whenever, and that's what I'll put on my list, okay?
And we'll show two things with the CRA funding as is.
Yeah, just
and
like
then-
this.
And then we'll have a checklist, and we'll have some projects and
I don't
things
think we
like
need
that.
any write-up or anything, I think just like this, so we
Yeah,
can
I
see
agree.
how it flows, it's so much easier.
Are you able to do that at the upcoming one?
I don't think I can make that, Commissioner. Sorry.
No, I just wanted expectations.
Yeah, I just, we are spending an awful lot of time and resources getting ready to Coca-Cola with ULI and trying to advance the Skinner project, so it's kind
Right
of
away,
more.
he knows how to get me off.
So, yeah.
Yeah, the package is probably already out too, or on its way out the door. So I think in August,
August, the CRA?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, the CRA is next week.
no, I mean,
Oh,
right, in the next CRA, we have
Would
one
be
in August.
September.
September.
would be September,
Yeah.
yeah.
You can't do this by next week?
Stop trying to get him.
Choked. I choked. I need the Heimlich.
I could do anything, I guess.
I brought it up for expectations because I
Thank you,
realize
Commissioner.
we have the meeting next week and we're all sitting here.
Yes,
so-
sir.
Setting
Yeah,
expectations.
yeah, we do. We have to meet next week, and the big one is, but we also, just a quick, we had a very good meeting with the president of the hospital, and we're moving forward with meets materials, all that stuff on parking, so that'll help the east end.
When's that gonna happen?
Well, we're looking to finalize an agreement and take it before the commission, so I hope to get it before you first one September, frankly.
And yours?
So construction would then start?
We gotta get a design. I'm working with engineering very closely with Russell.
I mean, it would hope, you would hope that it would happen before season.
Oh, I don't think I can get the parking lot, I can get the building, we can get the building down, but we won't get all the improvements and things done by November.
Yeah, I don't think that we can answer that
Yeah.
here. You know, we can give you a report, once we get through the process, but I don't want to, set up those
Yeah.
timelines yet. But as soon as possible, we've got it. We understand that.
Yeah, the thing that's pressing us is Wood Street. As they mobilize more, we want to make sure that we get the additional parking if the contractor takes up more
Yeah,
parking. with City Hall,
absolutely.
Right.
so. Okay.
Okay.
So Jennifer, if you can't do all the improvements by season, you'd wait till after season? Is that kind of the thought process?
We can throw some millings down.
Right. We need to capture as much parking as we can by season, and in any way that we can. So, we understand that, and, we might be able to stabilize it and use it for a season and then
Right.
resurface after season. So we understand the expediency of the project.
Thank you. Anything else on CRA?
Just refresh my memory. Bob, don't worry, it's not you. So the CRA or our agreement is 3033. And when does the next penny?
30.
30.
2030.
Penny
20
5 is 2030.
2030, okay, that's all. I just wanted to, I was looking for it. I had it in my mind 2029. So, thank you.
Well, that's when they go out
For vote. Is that correct?
Yeah, when do you go for vote?
no, it'd be 30.
The referendum? Yeah, we
Yeah.
would start, much earlier, obviously.
Yeah,
Like 3 or
actually,
4
the
years?
vote might be in 2028,
Even, could be sooner.
because of how, taxes are
Good
either
plan.
behind or ahead, I don't remember. But I think this last time the vote was in 2018
It was, yes.
for the new penny of
It was
2020, so it's
76%,
probably
right.
exactly the same thing. It'll probably be 2028 for 2030 implementation, for planning purposes for people.
Okay, well, I had it in my mind 2029. I don't know, was that in here?
No,
Oh, I just made it up.
yeah.
You just filled the void there.
That creative edge in you, Deborah.
Okay.
Last question is on that $1 million that's on the line. Perhaps you can just answer it, Jennifer, on the intergovernmental. I know what the 100,000 is. I can't remember what the 1 million is.
For intergovernmental,
Yeah,
what is it?
Skinner grant?
Skinner grant.
Skinner grant.
Is that that is
From
the
Fort
grant?
Pinellas, right?
And we have that.
Well, and they'll likely move that up as well. They're gonna move that, if the project's moving up, the grant's gonna move up.
Yeah, they may move that up a couple.
They're gonna move that up.
Yes, they're going to move the $1 million up, and they're going to go ahead and try to help us with the 400,000 for design. They both would be advanced,
Right.
yes.
Okay. So we're just not moving it up in the budget at this point until we get confirmation?
Well, remember, the 24 is going to be 23.
Right, but you've got the grant in 2025,
Yeah, that would be moved up.
so that needs to at least go to 2024.
Yes, yes, yep.
So that's gonna move up.
Yeah, thank you.
All righty then.
Okay. Solid waste then?
Okay, solid waste highlights. There's an increase in charges for services of just about 4% over 2021 for the rate increase. The debt proceeds are $554,000 in '22. We did not budget for financing solid waste vehicles in 2021. We were planning on paying cash. That did change after the rate study was done. With the rate study, we decided to finance 2021's vehicles and moving forward. But the variance here is just because in 2021, we did not anticipate financing. So we are financing in 2021 now, but we weren't a year ago. And operating costs are up 3%, and that's due mainly to the increase in disposal cost of approximately $82,000 in 2022 compared to '21. Capital costs have increased by $246,000, and that's due to just the fleet replacements for 2022 are more than 2021. In 2022, the solid waste department is purchasing Kenworth Easy Pack rear end loader and a Auto Car Easy Pack front end loader. So the total cost of those two is about $589,000. And for the assumptions in the solid waste fund, charges for services, we've got 4% increase every year out to 2025, and then in 26 and 27, we have no rate increase at this time because the current ordinance is out to 2025 and the most recent study, so we're assuming that out to 25 and not in 26, 27. And expenditures, we've got salary merit increases of 3.5 and the benefits at 6% and operating cost at 2%. And for the overview of the solid waste fund, these are on pages 100 and 101 of the proposed budget book. If you look at the bottom of 22, our available fund balance is just over 21%. Our current target's 15%. And in 22 through 23, from 22 on, we are averaging 23% or better out to 23 and 27. And also the lease financing cost I mentioned, they're showing as debt proceeds. And if you look at the revenue section up above and go down about 4 lines down, you see a debt proceed row, and those are the amounts that we're anticipating for capital needs, throughout the 27 timeframe for the solid waste fund. So those are kind of the key points. Are there any questions on solid waste
Questions? on
projects or
solid waste?
anything?
Just really general, the vehicles that are in here for 2022, can somebody just tell me what vehicle that is or what vehicles that may be?
There's 2.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Randy Moore, Fleet Division Director, Public Works. Yes, we have, as we mentioned, we have a rear loader and a front-end loader. They're coming due for replacement. And of course, those trucks will take approximately a year to be built once the order has been placed. And, you know, of course, we continue to look at our opportunities to green these trucks any way we can, and, you know, and the technologies that are coming available as they become proven, you know.
Thank you.
We're too small to experiment, so.
Thank you.
That was the
Thank you,
purpose
Randy.
of my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy.
Any other questions on solid waste? Is there I assume we're carrying a little bit higher than normal reserve because we're, you know, concerned about our dumping and recycling fees, and so we're leaving a cushion?
Yeah, we like to have a cushion, exactly.
Just wanted to hear that confirmation.
Yeah, good point, yeah, question.
Okay, thank you. Water and wastewater.
Okay, water, wastewater, some of the highlights. The revenues, intergovernmental revenues are up 33%, and that's due to a grant from Lofty Pines project from Pinellas County in the amount of $500,000 in '22. That was not in '21. There's charges for services increased by 8.5%. And I mentioned this earlier, this is the rate increase, and the rate increase was actually 6% in 2022, but the 21 adopted budget did not have any rate increase because we were waiting for the rate study to take place. The rate study took place, and then after the rate study, we increased the rates in 21 by equivalent to a 3% increase for fiscal year 21. So the actual increase in 22 is 6% and not the 8.5%. The debt proceeds are lower in 2022. This is mainly due to the fact that the water treatment plant project, very large project, has been completed, and the SRF loan for that. The water plant was a very large SRF loan, and we do have SRF loans in '22, but they're for the wastewater portion of the fund. But it's a lot smaller number, and there's 4 or 5 projects, but they're not near as large as the wastewater project was.
Where?
As a water project, sorry, was. Yeah, the water project happened in '21, and the wastewater will happen in '22. And for personnel costs, they've increased by 3.1% in 2022, and that's due to the merit increase of 3% and also a benefit increase as well. The debt service costs have increased, and that's due to the water plant SRF loan. That project's been complete, and the loan is now because it's complete. The loan is now is now due. So the first payment on the water plant SRF loan is in 2022, and that amount is about $1,133,000 in '22 added to the '22 budget for the debt service payment on that wastewater plant loan. And the fund assumptions, the charges for services, we have a 6% rate increase. That was the recommendation of the fee study that was approved back in 2021, out to 23 to 25. We have no increase in 26 and 27 in our model. The expenditures, we have our salary merit increases from 23 to 27 of 3.5, benefits of 6%, operating costs of 2%, and then we have the transfers out from 22 to 2030, but 27 in our budget book for every year for the wastewater, the utility funds portion of the debt financing for the City Hall project every year. And the overview page for the wastewater fund, this is on page 102 and 103 of the budget book. And just briefly mentioning, if you go to the Indian available fund balance at the end of '22, it's got a large fund balance of 80%. We do have a lot of projects that are going on right now over the next few years, and we're in '25 currently, we're just slightly below 25%, with our current estimates right now. And then in '26, '27, we do fall below, but again, I mentioned in '26, '27, we currently have no rate increases in the fund. We're not going beyond '25 with rate increases because that's what our ordinance has been approved up to that limit. So we're not going beyond that in the estimates. Are there any questions on any of the projects or anything in the water wastewater fund?
Are we, what do we expect to happen here in terms of any ability to reduce rates because of the rescue money for undergrounding, whatever? I mean, is that to be determined, or do we expect any big?
I think that's to be determined. Yeah, I think that there's projects that will be eligible in the water wastewater for sure, and when we put that plan together, and whatever projects we determine and how much we do, I think there's definitely a possibility for that. I'm not sure what that number is right now, but.
It just seems like these funds could do the best, based on at least what I've looked at. Yeah, I mean, other than that, I'm just, over the last 30 years, I'm proud of the commissions before us that have, this is why we're here, right? Water and wastewater, first and foremost, flushing toilets, clean water. And I think that 35 years ago, I'll say it again, was a crisis. Commissions have taken that up, and I think we do everything we can to keep it up. And the two big projects we're doing right now, both at water and wastewater, are critical to doing that. And not to mention, I look right at Russell and Mike, I think of our amazing staff out there that's just, and Paul, you too. And didn't mean that. I
Paul's
just got
becoming a
Russell's
side
art.
note.
And Jorge. But no, I mean, it is why we're here, and I think we do a good job. But I do see, dollar signs and the rescue money for helping us to maybe give some rate relief. So.
Yeah, that's true.
Any other questions on water, wastewater?
I did notice though, and I might have missed when you did your opening, did you say the rate increase was not shown in here? Or it is?
No, the rate increase is in here. We have a rate increase every year out to 2025.
Right.
And then in 26 and 27, we're currently showing no rate increase in those 2 years.
So I guess what I'm concerned about then is if our target's 25%, 1 million plus 25%, we're going under already at 2025, under our required reserve. And it's only going down. So what am I missing?
Well, we're slightly under in 25 with our projection, at 22%, and
And we don't have an increase slated today for 26 and 27.
Exactly.
So then it's just falling off. But it's still, I'm,
falling off more.
after doing the jump we just did, I would have thought it would look much better than that.
Last and longer?
Well,
Yeah.
well, we can look. They were estimating us. I can go back to the study. They were estimating us as being right at 25%, I think, at the end of 25. So we are a little bit below in our assumption than what they had. I can go back and look at that a little closer, but so there was a little difference there. But they only went to 25. But if they would have shown 26 and 27, they definitely would have been dropping well below 25, as well, because there'd be no rate increase, and operating costs would be going up and things like that. But we could look at that a little more and just, to compare to their study, because we are a little lower than they showed in the study in 2025, because they were at 25%.
I believe some of our projects, we've had to do some budget adjustments with some of the projects too. So that's probably what accounts for it. So I mean, I probably wouldn't spend any time on it, because I know we did some budget adjustments in the last 6 months on projects that had to do with water, wastewater.
That's true.
And things
yeah.
that are connected. So that's probably what accounts for it. It just was usually, I mean, in my past history, water and wastewater, besides Bob, water and wastewater has more money than they know what to do with, usually. you know? And so when I saw that, I was like, In- Oh, you are? I mean, let's face it, look at your, you know, what your annual expenses are, you know, for 2022, it's gonna be $35 million. You're spending a lot, and capital is, you know, considerable amount, so, very good.
You know, Mayor, I think it's, you know, if anybody's watching these budget sessions, probably important to say, like, we beat these numbers up and spit them out constantly. I
we
mean, you know, we've seen this stuff a lot, and we've beat it up, so, you know, just in case anybody thinks we're talking big money and not talking about it enough.
And I think this plays a role. We have the reserve policy is at 25%, but there's also a $1 million number.
Capital, that's correct, right, capital, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. And, why don't we at least get through, stormwater, so we'll sort of be done with the utilities side of it?
Okay.
And then we'll break for lunch. Is that okay with everybody? Okay.
Okay, some of the highlights in stormwater, charges for services, revenue is increase of 1.7%, 22 over 21. Personnel cost, increase of 11.2% in fiscal year 22 over 21. This is mostly due to a split that was done. There was one person in the engineering department, a senior engineer, was moved from 100% engineering to 30% engineering to 70% stormwater. So that was the majority of that change or that increase. Operating costs are 30% more in 2022 compared to 21 due to an increase in the Gabion and pipelining projects in 2022 over the 21 budget. And capital costs have decreased about $526,000 over prior year, and that's due to the elimination of the Stormwater Master Plan project and also estimated completion of the Brady Box Culvert project for in 2021. And we also have two large projects in 22 that offset that. We have the Buena Vista Drive project and the San Charles Drainage Improvement projects that are in 22. So some increases and decreases there, but a net decrease. And stormwater assumptions, charges for services are 1.5% increases out to 2025, and then 0 in 26 and 27 in the model. Transfers in from 22 and 23, we had a repayment of an internal loan for the fire radios of $30,300 a year for a couple of years. And then the expenditures are the same as the other funds, 3.5 salaries and 6% benefit, and then 2% operating cost. I want to mention also on stormwater, when speaking to the consultant, the stormwater fund, I believe, is eligible for recovery. So I'll be working at adjusting this fund. That's eligible. The other one I just found out that was eligible is the Marina Fund. I just found that out yesterday. So that's eligible. So I want to mention that because we're still working with the consultant to get the full population. I think those are probably the only other two, but I just wanted to mention that to the commission. So.
What kind of things in the Marina Fund?
Well, I'm not sure about the eligibility of the expenditure side. I just know I got confirmation yesterday that they felt that the Marina Fund was able to get revenue recovery. I got to find out more about the eligibility side of what we can spend it on. Yeah, still.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that. And Stormwater Fund overview. This is on pages 106 and 107 of the budget book. The available fund balance at the end of 22 is good reserve at 38.4%. And the reserve is over 25% for nearly all years except for 23 and 24. It dips a little bit but comes back, and then it's out in 27 it's very healthy at 55%. Are there any questions or on the projects or the stormwater fund?
I have a comment about that. I think this is really great that we look at this part of it, because this is a really important part for our city as well, especially for those who are experiencing issues about this very subject, which, let's just go to the word flooding and step away from it. But number one, I wanted to make a comment about the personnel, and I realized that was probably some sort of a switch of a percentage of a person again. And we've made comments about that before, how we really don't like that quite so much, although that's the realization, that's the real world, because it's always switching somebody from someplace and now something else looks good and something else looks, it's a very minor issue. And I didn't know how the commission felt about that, but I just wanted to bring that up. You did bring it up before I had to question it. And then the second thing was the ARP as it relates to this, and I had that written down here because I think that's a major consideration for us. Obviously, I've talked to the city manager about this before. When we get the realization of what we just mentioned it in one of our meetings, when we get the go ahead with spending some of this money, everyone may be wishing to redo roads, and we got a certain amount of time period. And as she has pointed out consistently to me, we don't want to get caught not having that done or not having that started by the time that the need is, so that otherwise we'll end up paying for the whole thing. I think the same thing could go for this subject matter. And I think this is really an important subject matter for us. I don't want to talk about sea level rise or get into that, but again, that's this subject matter. So I think it's really, really important that we focus on this subject matter with regards to the rescue plan. So I just want to make that comment. Thank you.
Anything? Jorge, when are we going to see the final stormwater master plan product and the projects that go along with it? The last time we saw it was still a workshop discussion, and we were asking about, our creeks and the different things that needed to be included and discussed and all of that, so.
Yes, Mayor. Actually, the stormwater master plan document and presentation, the final one has been made to the commission. So what staff is doing now is taking that and trying to prioritize to come up with capital projects that we will program over the next few years. And we'll use that then to look at an analysis to see if we have to do a rate study to, when we can do those and when we can.
Did we vote on that? I don't remember us voting on it. I remember it being in a workshop,
It was
several workshops.
Yeah, it was the final presentation, probably.
Right, but I don't think
4 or
we've
5
seen
months.
the final document and at the last time we talked about it, I'm pretty sure we said go back and.
I don't remember. I mean, I remember seeing the document, but, and the presentation I thought we saw, but I don't
And we
remember where
didn't-
we left
Yeah,
it.
we didn't see the projects prioritized, number one, which was going to be a part of it. And then we talked about the fact that there was no mention of Curlew or Cedar Creeks in there.
Well, I mean,
Looking at it and,
GAA, the consultant, did provide a prioritized list of projects that they would recommend. And then we were going to look at that
Right,
with
and
the
you were gonna
staff
bring it.
from a perspective of, so we're still
I just don't
working
think,
through that.
You saw it during a workshop and accepted it, and then we were going to prioritize and bring back projects to you.
I still think we have to vote on it, just like every master plan. I could be wrong, I could totally be wrong, but I don't remember, I remember we were still waiting on things. And I remember that we still, all right, so will you follow, you don't need to come up, I swear to God. I love you, Keith, but no. But I,
Lunchtime.
and the reason I'm asking is here I'm looking, for, I know we're gonna need a rate study. I absolutely know that, and I know we have like very little projects out there after the things that we're already working on, so I know we were waiting on all of
Yeah,
that.
we had a placeholder in there for initial projects, and then as we program additional ones like the Gabion project and those other things, we'll look at others, but the larger ones, obviously, as we look at defining the scope of those projects and estimating those costs, at that point, we'll have to come back to you with a rate study recommendation to implement those.
We'll look at exactly what we did and bring it back to you. As far as, I'm sorry, Commissioner, what the action was, and then we can decide moving forward from
And
there.
I remember in high hopes for the American Rescue Plan for that subject matter.
Yes.
And so I know we're waiting to get that, and that's why I even talked to you again about where we were with the consultant, what they were.
I just know we had it the last time we talked, and I mean, I was the one that brought it up, that I was concerned about not seeing next steps with Cedar Creek and Curlew Creek because there are master plans along with the county, and there were no major discussions about that in our stormwater master plan update. And I remember Jennifer saying, we will do something, I don't remember what. And so that was, in my mind, the next thing. Okay. So you'll advise us?
Yes.
At some point. Okay. All right, so we'll go ahead and take a break for lunch. Utilities are over. We'll come back and, want to say 1 o'clock?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay.
So Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
Andrea and Donna have put in a wonderful lunch back there, and there's enough for everybody here. So please, everybody, come and have
Please go
lunch with
partake.
us.
Thank you, guys. All right. We'll gather back together after our lunch break to resume our July 9th budget meeting. And now we're on to Marina Fund.
Okay, we'll start with some of the highlights in the Marina Fund, starting with personnel costs. Personnel costs decreased 7.2% in 22 compared to 21 budget, and this is due mainly in this fund to the health insurance reduction in health insurance costs. We adjusted it. We adjusted the allocation to departments to bring the budget more in line with current department health coverages plans. And in this particular department, there was a reduction in costs for health care. And that's more because plans change year over year in different funds and different departments. So that was an adjustment for that, the reason for that reduction. Operating costs have increased by 21%. And as I mentioned, we've been working through the budget, fine-tuning the budget over the past month and a half. And some of the things we worked through were up till, about 10 days ago when we published on the 30th, and those items included looking closely at risk fund, because the risk and all the insurance premiums always come in later in the year, and we worked through those with HR and Garing Group, and also health insurance too, same thing. So we went through those with the Garing Group and HR. But what the increase in the Marina Fund for operating was due to increase in IT services allocation was some of it. Also, communication cost increase, but the largest portion is property insurance costs increased in the Marina Fund based on our allocation that we just did for 2022. So that's the biggest change there. Those are the three biggest ones, and the largest was the property insurance. And we did that calculation, and we. Based on the information from our insurance providers, we're gonna look at that in a little more detail in the next couple of weeks. But that's what drove that increase. On the capital cost, they've increased by $52,000 in 2022 over 21, and that's due primarily to we have a project for the Marina electrical panel replacement. Project for $60,000 in 2022 that needs to be done, that was not in 21. And for the assumptions, charge for services are for slip rental, boat rentals, et cetera, are 4% starting from 23 to 27 in the forecast. The expenditures for salary and benefits are 3.5% and 6%, just as the other funds are, and operating costs are 2% in the outer years. And for the overview, just a few things to point out. This is on pages 110 and 111 of the budget book, and just want to mention that in 2022, the available fund balance is in the Marina Fund is pretty healthy. It's 130% of it's $595,000, and well above the 25% target. And it's still, even at 27, it's about 58% in the fund. And as I mentioned before, we have the 4% increase in slip rentals beginning in the outer years, 23 to 27. Are there any questions on the Marina Fund or any of the projects in the Marina Fund?
And maybe you just need to refresh my memory, but when we did the dredge, there was a lot of talk about that Dock A. And then we went in and did something to Dock A, but it's for the really rehabilitation, it's in 2024. So can you explain that?
Yes, good afternoon. We did basically repair and maintenance. We replaced the deck boards. We didn't do anything with the structure itself. We have done the pedestals on Dock A as well. So when the full refurbishment is done in 2024, we can take those pedestals off and put them back in place. So it's not something that will be lost of that investment. We did have an analysis done of the dock itself to see from a structural perspective if we could get 3 to 5 more years out of it. They said, yes, you can. We can reevaluate it as we get closer to that project, but we wanted to make sure that that full project was done after the master plan.
You know what, that just triggered something. When you're talking about reuse, like you've put something new on the dock A, but you can take those off and put them again, use those
Yes.
structures for the total refurbishment, right?
Yeah, so there are the electrical pedestals that
No,
the shore power.
I get what
Okay.
you're saying. But it just triggered another question I wanted to ask, so it's fine.
Okay.
Later.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Can you tell me who is, or what the number of employees are that are accountable into this number for the personnel? How many,
For salaries or for benefits?
yeah, for salaries and/or for benefits, for both?
Because not everybody would be on the health plan, but, one second.
Do we have an allocation, as another question, maybe you can answer that first? Is there an allocation into that salary level or for personnel?
Well, let me get the FTE.
Sure. And then a question about the insurance. We have a individual that's leasing from us in the marina. Are they responsible for any of the insurance? Or they pay a fixed fee and included in that would be any insurance requirement?
I'm pretty sure they pay a fixed fee, but I'm gonna ask Laney to confirm that, okay, just to be sure. Laney, question?
The question is do slip runners pay a portion of the insurance?
No, you meant the leasing.
Yeah, the leasing, yeah,
I mean Waltz.
yes.
Actually, he meant Old Bay Cafe,
Oh, Old Bay
Right.
Cafe?
our tenant.
So they provide a flat rate to, a escalating rate to us that goes into the Marina Fund. So they pay into our revenues. It's not so much, they also provide their own insurance, so it's not so much that they pay for our insurance. Their rate is calculated based on an RFP, not based off of a percent of the insurance cost.
So they're not helping with the insurance, the additional insurance. He said the insurance went up and we were allocated, the marina was allocated a larger percentage. That has nothing to do with the person that's leasing from us.
Right, we have a contract with them and their rate is fixed.
Correct.
So if our insurance rates go up, their rates don't go up.
Correct. Their insurance has nothing to do with us.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And to answer the FTEs, there are 2 full-time FTEs. There's a .4 part-time personnel that doesn't have any benefits with it, and then .15 of Vince's salary, the executive salaries, is charged to the Marina Fund as well. So 2.55 total.
.1,
0.15,
.15.
yes. So the total FTEs is 2.55.
And so that extra one is the person actually from Parks and Rec that's cleaning taking care of the facilities there.
Correct. There's a,
By the facilities, I mean, when we say you're going to go and use the facilities, you know what I mean? Right?
yes.
The restroom?
Yeah. Just trying to have a little fun. Also, on the capital side, the numbers we've got 2 sets of numbers here. Are there any details on those numbers yet, or that's just a sum of money set aside based on a projection of what might occur, of something that might occur in those 2 time periods?
Yeah, are you referring to the 600 and the 400? Okay, so the 600 is the Dock A project, so that is one specific project. That is the estimate that we would have to replace the dock in kind. And it's just the dock itself, it's not the finger pier, so it's not, if anything else were to come out of the master plan as far as right-sizing the widths of the slips or those types of things, that's not part of that cost estimate. That is just to replace the dock infrastructure itself. And then the $400,000, that is that FASNA study, cost allocation for what will be, at some point, a replacement of the Harbor Master Building. That's more of a placeholder number
Okay,
because the
thank you.
scope of that project is not determined yet.
The $650,000 number that's in there, that's for the entire, for all of the docks within the marina, is that correct? Or is that
No,
just?
that is just Dock A,
That's just
and
Dock
that
A.
is just the main stretch of the dock and the T. It does not include the replacement of any of the finger piers.
The finger piers are the piers that come off the main dock that lead to the boats,
Correct, yes.
which are the very thing that needs to be replaced, it would seem.
Yes, but that,
I'm just asking. It's
yeah,
okay, I'm
that
fine,
scope,
I'm fine,
we're,
I'm fine.
yeah, so we've not cost allocated that scope.
Thank you.
We're kind of waiting on the master plan because also there's discussion of possibly doing floaty docks and those types of things. So yes, these are placeholder numbers from what was projected. Obviously, the capital may change based on that plan.
Thank you, Lane.
Anybody else? Where is the master plan located at? What fund?
General?
General fund?
Yes.
Shouldn't it show up here even if we transfer the money from the general fund to here? So, because it's the marina master
Well-
plan? Just seems, I mean, when you look here, you have, this is where you would go to look for anything for the marina, and then there's nothing there.
I think we put it in the general fund because it's more the city's responsibility to master plan this the same way we master plan other areas, the pool, for example. Stormwater master plan comes out of the stormwater fund, so we thought general fund is the correct appearance for the city's facility and master planning the city facility.
Okay, so can we put a note here then that says we have a master plan and when it is?
Yeah, we-
And at what point are we discussing the possibility of moving part of that up? Because that's not on the list, the other list either.
So we can discuss it at that point when we're talking about the ferry
Okay,
thing.
gotcha.
Oh, I got that.
Okay,
But you know, the stormwater master plan was in the stormwater fund.
Right.
So the marina master plan, shouldn't it be in the marina fund? Because it's the same thing, it's an enterprise. I don't know.
we can look at that if you want, Dan, if we, I mean, we, you know.
Okay, that's
we can look
fine.
at that. Yeah, take a look.
Okay. Fleet?
Okay, fleet. Fleet fund, some of the highlights. Charging for services in the fleet fund, charge to other funds and departments increased by 4.7% in '22 over the '21 budget for increase in operating costs and projected increase in vehicle replacement cost. Miscellaneous revenue increased by $45,000 due mainly to $50,000 reimbursement by the county in fiscal year '22. We're budgeting for a reimbursement from the county for the replacement of one of the fire department's the EMS vehicles for their department in the amount of $50,000. So we're putting that in as a revenue item. For personnel costs, they've decreased 9.7% in 2022 compared to '21. And that's due to some large retirement payouts in '21 that are not in '22. And for capital costs, the cost they've increased in over 2021 by 60%. And that's just an increase in the fleet replacement cost in 2022 are more than 2021. And that's the reason for that increase. And then the debt service costs have gone down, and the debt service is zero in 2022. In 2021 that was the final payment for a leased vehicle that was being paid by the Internal Service Fund, and that final payment was made in '21, so it's no longer in 2022. And for fleet assumptions, charges for services from '23 to '27 are increasing by 1%. Miscellaneous is the item I mentioned a minute ago. That's a $50,000 vehicle for the EMS department, reimbursed from the county. And our expenditures, our salary and benefits are 3.5% and 6%, and then operating is 2%. And for the fleet fund overview, this is on page 112 and 113 of the proposed budget document. The fleet funds available fund balance at the end of '22, at the very bottom, is $5.2 million in 2022. And this, primarily is the accumulation of funds that are to be used towards replacing the city vehicles and the fleet replacement plan. It is growing some over time. You can see out in '27, it's about 6.8 million with these current estimates. So those are the highlights. Are there any questions at all on the fleet plan projects or the overview?
Questions on fleet?
I do.
Okay.
In relationship to the conversation we've had before about the use of more of a alternative fuel, I'll just use it that way. How would, because this could affect even this budget, how much would that affect this budget if we began switching sooner than perhaps later? And I don't know how much of that is taken into this consideration.
Yeah, that's a good, I'm going to have Randy come up and assist with that answer, because we do have EV vehicles in here, but he can better explain what we have in there now.
Good afternoon. We did implement our EV plan, or the full EV plan, and it began this upcoming fiscal year. So the EV plan moving forward is for all administrative and light-duty trucks, which are the ones we know are going to be available, hopefully in the next round of contracts as they come out. So yes, we're moving that direction.
And that is in
That
these
is in
numbers
this
there?
budget, yes.
Thank you
And
very,
some of the
very
cost centers got a considerable increase in their fleet replacement costs because we had to play catch-up on a lot of these administrative vehicles and light pickups.
And so 2 questions. So when we say light truck, we normally mean in the Ford lineup would be a 250.
Well, we have,
We have
ones that are
350s and
going to come due the soonest are going to be the F-150s. We also have some Nissan light-duty pickups. Those are the most likely ones to be electric in the next few years. The Nissans are still they're probably only not even halfway through their life, but a lot of the F-150 series trucks that we have are getting close to the end of their life, and we have a lot of them. I mean, we have 30 of them. It's not like we have 1 or 2. So it's coming, and it's all baked into the plan this year.
Thank
Need
you.
to get a fleet of Ford Lightnings.
There we go.
Thank you, Randy.
How much more was that in cost to us to switch? It's rough, just really rough.
Well, yeah, what I based on, I had to look at what I assumed would be the cost. And what we really assume is that an SUV, if we're going to replace our SUVs, and we want SUVs, an SUV isn't going to cost $25,000. It's going to cost $40,000, and a light pickup truck probably $45,000. So I put some assumptions in place, and then increased them as the years go out. So I don't think they're not. We didn't overestimate, possibly a little bit underestimate, but we don't know exactly what the contractual price is going to look like yet. So.
Well, that's true, yeah.
When
So
they
you're saying over there, Jorge, about a $10,000 difference per vehicle?
For the admin vehicles, if you're looking at like a Ford Escape compared to a Nissan Leaf, it was about 10 grand.
Okay, thank you.
And the cost is coming down, as they become more mainstream, the cost will get a bit more.
That's the good news. The good news, I think you're safe in your estimates.
Anything else on fleet? Okay. Facilities maintenance?
Okay, facility maintenance. Charge for services for the ISF allocation to departments for 22 have increased by 6.2% over 21 budget to cover the cost in the facility fund. The operating costs have increased by 27% over 21 budget, and that's due mainly to the increase in custodial services contract in 2022 of $181,000, excuse me, and also an increase for air quality testing and roofing inspections of $25,000. The reasons for that increase. For the assumptions, the revenues are, as I mentioned, charge of services are based on the budget and estimated expenses, and For the expenditures, salary and benefits are the same as the other funds, 3.5% and 6%, and then operating is 2% increase. And for the overview of facility maintenance fund, just wanted to mention that under 22, the fund balance at the very bottom of 22, fund balance is 29%, and it's pretty much that consistent throughout the model, or close to it throughout the model, at that, about that near the 30% range. Are there any questions on the facility maintenance fund or any of the projects?
Questions?
I just have a quick one. The jump from the budget of the operating, you just discussed a little bit of that. We went from, 955, 960 to 1.2, and then we continue on with that. Maybe I missed what you said there. Can you just help me with that? Just that one number?
Yeah, sure. The primary difference, the largest difference for that was our custodial services contract increased by $181,000. So that was most of that. And then also, we had an increase of $25,000 for air quality testing and roofing inspections. So that made up most of that difference, increase.
That it? John, is that it?
Yes, thank you very
Okay.
much.
All right, risk safety?
Okay, risk safety, charges for services have increased by 38% and compared to 21. And that's due to a couple things. First is in 2021, we used reserves of about $300,000 in the 21 budget that we had available during the 21 budget to reduce the allocation during that year, and that's not in the 22 budget, so that's part of why we have the difference of $586,000. And also, the allocations to departments are more in fiscal year 22 because we have increase in operating costs of about $224,000 for insurance cost increases in 22 over 21. For personnel costs, increase of 6.2% over 21 budget, and this is due to the merit increase of 3% and the benefit increase as well. And also, we mentioned before, there was a traffic engineer position. The traffic engineer position engineer or planner position is 30% in risk, was moved to engineering in 21, and for 22, it's moved back to streets and risk. So that's why there's an increase. There's an increase because there's additional labor costs have been added to 22 that weren't in that were not in the prior year. And then for operating costs, they're 13.7% more than 21 due to an increase in insurance premiums of $81,000 and an increase in claims, insurance claims of $127,000 in 22 over 21. And some of the, for the assumptions, again, the charge for service are based on the estimated expenditures in the risk fund, and salaries are the 3.5% merit and benefit 6%, and we do have operating costs at 4% in this fund, the risk safety fund. And moving to the overview, last year in this fund, we had excess available fund balance, if you recall, and we ended up, I mentioned that $300,000. We used that last year. We had that excess. We are not expecting that this year. I mean, we are just at the $4 million reserve, which, our current policy says 3.5 to 4.5, but last year discussions, we kind of wanted to stay at that $4 million level and not above that. So we are right at the $4 million level in 22 and then throughout to 27, in the forecast here. But but, but again, costs have gone up, in the, for property and liability both. Are there any questions on the risk fund, or?
Questions for Risk? Okay. Health benefits?
Why? Why she laugh?
She thought for sure I was going to ask a question.
Yeah, what's wrong with you?
Hey, I didn't wait around to find out. You didn't
way,
jump
yeah.
quick, so I kept going.
I don't have one.
Are you kidding me?
All right, health
We
benefits?
talked about that fund.
Call the doctor. We're done.
Yeah. You ready?
Okay, the health fund. Some of the health fund highlights, the charge for services are up 6.4%. And that is basically the allocation to departments to offset, to pay for the cost in the 2022 budget. For the operating costs themselves, they're up 6.6% over 21 budget. Last year, our health costs were flat last year. If you recall, we pretty much had no increase in 2021 over 20, which was, a very good thing and doesn't happen that often, but we are projecting about 6.6% right now, increase over 2021. And it's due primarily to increase in claims paid in fiscal year 22. We're budgeting an increase of $297,500. We're working with our consulting firms. That's their estimate of claims paid increase over 2021. And also, another reason for the increase in operating was an increase in the IT services allocation as well. That was, but most of it was the claims paid, that increase in the budget. And for assumptions, again, charges for services are based on the expenses in the fund for 2022. And salary and benefits are 3.5 and 6% as the other funds, and operating's 7%. We estimate 7% in this fund because that's sort of what history has shown, basically, long-term for us and for also other jurisdictions, public sector jurisdictions as well. For the health fund overview, in 2022, the very bottom fund balance, we are meeting our target goal is 60 days, reserve, and we're meeting that. We've got about 115,000 more than that, so we have some cushion, which is good. But we do meet that goal with the 724,000, and it's pretty consistent throughout the forecast out to 2027. Are there any questions on the health fund?
It's just escalating costs. Bottom line.
We're gonna hear more in August, right?
I'm sorry, John.
No.
Go ahead. I mean, I'm just trying to, it's just escalating, but we're going to talk about it in August, why the costs are escalating, right? That's fine.
August? Yes, August. We're set to discuss
August
that.
10th.
But they are going up, yeah. And this year, for the first 6 months, we're over budget by quite a bit. Now in the last 2 months, they've kind of slowed down. So I think this year we'll come in slightly over budget, not way over budget, but Teresa will explain all that more on the 10th. But yeah, they definitely have gone up this year a little more than we had estimated and projected to be next year. Yeah.
So what I heard was it's not so much the escalation, it's the charges that were made against us this year, is what you had said previously in your conversation to us. Second of all, we pay about $100,000, right, to a consulting firm, insurance consulting firm that helps us look to see, do we have the right program or don't we have the right program? We're operating at about a 12.5% reserve, and we felt that was comfortable. That would only be uncomfortable if we had lots of charges against us, I would assume. So we're fine with the bottom line here as a percentage, just from an accounting standpoint, from what you see. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think with our current assumptions, we're fine right now in the health fund as far as our reserve estimates. I think, with what we have in there now, yeah, yes.
So for 22, we're.
22, we appear to be, with the current increase in allocations, we're covering those increased costs to put us where we'll be over our 15% goal.
And I didn't mean to minimize what Commissioner Kynes had said. Obviously, we have this spiraling, continuing insurance cost, but we're going to talk about that in August. Thanks.
Thank you, Teresa.
Good job, Teresa.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Okay, IT Services Fund.
Smile, Mayor.
Well, you know how I get these long meetings.
I know,
The longer they go, the worse I get.
I know.
We're gonna
It's
get it
hard
done.
to corral this group,
Yeah.
especially
Okay,
Jennifer.
IT services, some highlights. First off, I mentioned that, the charges to departments have increased 63%, and that's to cover the increased costs in the IT services fund for -- and what's driving that is, starting with operating costs increased by 118%, and about $446,000 in -- more than the current year budget. As I mentioned before, this is partially due to the IT budget was reduced last year quite a bit to assist in balancing the city's general fund budget. So they did really cut back. They cut back on computer replacements and a lot of other things last year that have to come back this year. And also, we've got projects added to 22, such as fiber cable audit project that is for $50,000. An ERP items for $33,000, annual licensing is $123,000. Those costs have gone up, and also vulnerability scans are new at $25,000. So we've got these projects that are needed that are in 22 that weren't in 21. The capital costs have increased by about $230,000, and over the current year budget. And this is due to the fiber cable projects for the new city hall totaling about $150,000, citywide security cameras totaling $40,000, and EOC server data storage upgrade that's needed for $70,000. So we've got some, as I mentioned before, some projects that are needed that were not in last year or the last couple of years. The assumptions, the charges, as I mentioned, are just based on the expenditures in the fund to the departments, and the salary and benefits are 3.5% and 6% as other funds, and operating costs are 2%. And the IT services overview, into 22, we've got an available fund balance reserve of 27%. We try to keep it about 25%. That's kind of what we're trying to do. So, and it stays that in the forecast here out to 2027. It stays above the 25% level anyway throughout that time. Are there any questions on the IT services fund?
Questions? Okay. Oh, yeah, this is the only one I didn't see a reserve target level for. Do we know what that is?
Yeah, our target is 25%. Yeah, it's our target, yeah.
Okay.
We can add that in. But that's, for the internal service funds, that's what we're trying to target, yeah.
I do have one question, Mayor. We are, as a commission, we're going to get laptops, docking stations. Is that still in the?
Yeah, it is, and
pipeline?
the holdup is actually because, of course, after COVID,
Yeah,
all of that
it's hard to
equipment
get
was in high demand, so it's still in line, yeah.
Got it? Nope, that makes sense.
Are we getting them when we move to the new building?
Huh?
Or,
Before then, yeah, before
Really?
then, for sure. Yeah, Michael, do you have an estimate?
Within a month?
Hey, that's.
So that's
good.
before the new building.
Does that work?
Yeah.
will there be touchscreens?
No. They're actually hand-me-down, so there's no cost to the city for them.
Right.
and then we'll put them through the cyclical replacement process. So in 5 years, you
So
can.
now I'm going to have two things.
If
I
you
just-
want.
Well, I don't want two things. I want one thing. That's why I asked if it was going to be touchscreen.
Oh,
We'll see what we can do.
Because I mean, that way I don't have to, you know, I mean, really, why do we want an iPad and a,
Yeah, I just want one.
Personal
know what I mean?
preference. A lot of the directors have them because the iPad is just more convenient if you're out and about, where the laptop is if you want to work from home, you want to remote in instead of coming into the office.
yeah.
So we'll need a mouse.
Frankly, I probably don't need that. But we'll talk.
We'll talk.
well,
Really?
Yeah, let's talk about what it is you need, all of you.
Yeah.
Forget the mouse.
Well, that's
Make it effective.
touchscreen.
Right, it is.
Okay. So now we're going to other items.
Is this questions?
Well, they have a presentation for the other items first, and then we'll do other questions.
Deborah's really waiting for
I do.
that item.
I actually do have 2 items, Mayor. I'm going to need to talk about the job fair because I can't wait till city manager's update on Tuesday because it's on Monday.
Right.
So, so first of all, the first item that we have before you is proposed ferry restart service plan. So the mayor, in her capacity as the liaison to Ford Pinellas, myself and Whit Blanton met in regards to the ferry service and within, the city of Dunedin, Clearwater Beach, and Clearwater as well, as a mode of mass transportation. As you know, the ridership on our ferry is very good, especially in season, especially during the games. It's definitely a conveyance for folks to and from Dunedin. So year-round, the restart of the ferry service would be Thursday through Sunday, 10 a.m. to 9 p.m., and then the purple line loop downtown Clearwater, Marina, and North Beach, right? And then the blue line loop, which is us, Dunedin, downtown Clearwater, and the Marina at a 90-minute frequency, which actually we'd like to kind of move that up a little bit if we can. And then the spring break, Thursday through Sunday, 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. And then add the red line, which is downtown Clearwater to our Marina 30-minute frequency. So if you scroll to the next slide, please. The total cost to restart the service. So in meeting with Ford Pinellas, and I need to elaborate on this, and I am going to ask the mayor to help me with this presentation, just in terms of what she's heard from Ford Pinellas. The Ford Pinellas would like to expand the ferry service in all three, Clearwater, Clearwater Beach, and the city of Dunedin. And in order to expand that ferry service, they need to solidify, if you will, the current ferry service. It's not as reliable as it needs to be. So there's a cost to restart of that ferry service, the post-COVID ferry service. What they're proposing is the total cost of the restart is $622,000. The revenue hours are 5,743, and the cost per hour is 108. So they require three service vessels during that time frame. Some of that cost recovery is going to be through fares collected and advertising revenues. So the net uncovered cost of the ferry restart is $462,000. So if you look at the next slide, they have divvied that up between Clearwater, between Dunedin and Pinellas County, which is PSTA. Clearwater would pay the lion's share because they have the purple line and the red line at $260,000. And then Dunedin would pay 25% of the blue line, which is $50,000. It is topical, obviously, as you look at your budget for this year, and it would restart in fiscal year 2022. So, I feel that the ferry and the ferry circulation is important as a mode of mass transportation for the city of Dunedin, and we can, as you know, accommodate the $50,000 to restart the ferry on a regular basis, and so we're asking you to consider including that within our budget for fiscal year 2022. As part of that, the second part of this is actually expanding the ferry service. And in order to do that, we need to look at our ferry dock and what it can accommodate within the ferry dock. The Ford Pinellas has committed to helping us with design of a ferry dock that would accommodate the frequency that we need and the size of the ferry, because they are, in expanding this ferry service, putting in the route a larger ferry, I believe. So we want to move up that aspect of the Marina Master Plan, which is just the dockage for the ferry in particular. And we can, in fact, bifurcate, I think Jorge left the room, but we can move that particular portion up and ensure that it's considered within the remainder of the Marina Master Plan. That's not really before you today to consider. We need to work through that more as we consider the Marina Master Plan, but it is a component. But the first step is to ensure that the ferry service is a regular service year-round for the city of Dunedin.
So as part of the Waterborne Transportation Task Force, which is part of Forward Pinellas, it's really PSTA driving the ferry service. They're looking for a long-term plan of waterborne transportation to many different cities. We're very fortunate because Clearwater and Dunedin have already had ferry service and proven its success, and that's where they want to start. These ferries are slightly bigger than what they had before. They will be a contract service under PSTA, just like Jolly Trolley is. The future idea is to have interchangeable tickets between the ferry and the trolley, so no matter what the hours are and whatever, you can get on and off. But for now, we don't have new ferry boats, and we don't have even the infrastructure for the larger ferry. They want to, currently our ferry's not even operating, and while it did, we didn't pay a dime for it other than some of the improvements we did to the dock itself. So this will be the first time we're spending. I did look at the cost and found that the cost per revenue hour was pretty reasonable as compared to buses. I think buses are like $98 per revenue hour, and this is like $103. So considering the different type of transportation, I didn't think it was bad. I want to get us off the paycheck for Jolly Trolley at some point. I'm on a mission for that, but you know, we're trying to make connections here. So in order for them to even go down the road of thinking about improvements for the dock, for a larger boat, which, by the way, PSTA and Forward Pinellas and their people will help, if not all the way pay for the design work that relates to the ferry. And they will likely get 80% of the cost to do the work funded by federal funding. But in order to do that over the next, year or two, we have to show that we're putting it in our budget and that we're committing to 5 years of service to the ferry. Now, when I say committing, I mean it's in a document. It's not a signed agreement. It's nothing like that, but it's in a document that says, it is our intention to have the ferry here, and we want to move forward to the next step. Regarding the Marina Master Plan, they're looking for us to work with them as quickly as possible on what those improvements might look like or be needed. I have no idea what that might be. It is a bigger boat, so it'll need a bigger dock. It will also, in all honesty, many of our past marina plans have said we need a jetty out there for wave attenuation, which goes out to, a lot of money, a couple $1 million. But again, if they're going to pay or get grant money for 80% of the funding for that, that's a huge win for us. If we end up needing that. So this is just the first step, is saying, yes, we'll add the ferry into our budget at $50,000 a year and kind of go from there. So, questions?
Okay, I'll start. Can we fit a ferry dock, a better ferry dock in the marina? That's doable? And again, they'd start before the ferry dock was done?
Oh, yeah, they're going to.
Yeah, they just do it the way they used to.
They'll use the same thing they've been using now. Nothing
Okay,
is changing.
but this is just to make it more, customer friendly or
Right.
safer or whatever.
They're using the existing infrastructure.
Okay, gotcha. So that's not an immediate issue. They're fine with
Correct.
the old.
No,
it's
but
just
the
that will
planning
enhance.
part, so the
Right.
financial piece for the planning part, or a business plan initiative does need to be put in the 2022 budget for the planning of this. We have no idea. We don't think there's going to be any cost to us, other than time and effort working with them.
The 49,000 is a one-time cost?
No, that's for the operations of the current ferry.
So that's an annual cost,
Yes,
which would come out of the general fund.
yes.
What do we pay for the trolley now?
40,000? I'm rounding the number,
About 40,
Yeah.
40.
And you're hoping eventually both those things will start to reduce themselves, or?
And just if you were looking at the hours and all of that, those hours are not suitable for us. Being done at 9 o'clock on a weekend is not good enough for us.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
We would want that to be better. This is just what they proposed.
Okay.
And there has been no response or anything like that because of today. There's no point in arguing when we want it if we didn't have commission direction to.
And from the time it ran, we have passenger numbers,
We do.
so we could get those, or?
Yep.
And then, and then the
They
other.
said our line is the most successful, by the way.
Okay. Yeah, I
From a
don't
numbers
recall what they were. And then, I had one last question. What is it? One of the things that we worried about when we did it before was, would we get parking issues with people leaving Dunedin to go somewhere else and taking up marina parking? Did that materialize at all, or would we even know?
Well,
We didn't.
and I think that
on, Vince.
during the season, parking is constrained most certainly, at the marina. And one of the things that we would need to consider and pull up on the part of the master plan for any additions, if you will, the infrastructure is parking.
Right.
I mean, that would have to be within that scope of services.
I mean, it can relieve our parking too. I mean.
Yeah.
And-
Yes,
and
it
but-
can.
And that's the issue, is it more relieving, and I'm guessing it is, more relieving of our parking than adding to our parking, but I'm just curious. I mean, overall, I'm very supportive of it, but I just want to shore up some of those
And
things.
you can look at the origination of the trip on the ferry and figure out whether it's adding or deleting from our parking issue,
Okay,
so.
so that'll help.
Yeah.
That's great. Okay.
And the 50,000, that is currently at the 90-minute frequency?
Apparently so, but what we had before was every hour, I think.
Yeah,
I don't know. We'll have to talk with them more about this. This was just a general proposal to come up with a general price.
and really, I mean, right at this point, as the mayor had said, it's nothing, there are emails back and forth, but we need the consensus direction from the commission to move forward and talk about that 90-minute header, and those types of things, and the stop time in the evening at 9 o'clock.
Well, and really, we want to have at least every hour because the trolley is every hour. And so if they're going to work on making it interchangeable, it needs to run.
Sync.
Right, in sync. And you got 30 and 90, that's not going to work. And again, 9 o'clock on a Friday and Saturday night's not going to work either. I mean, it gets dark at 9 o'clock during the summer months. So, a lot of people go out later. And so if they're going to shut it off at 9, we have to make sure that they are in sync with the trolley immediately, because the trolley goes, I think it goes till 11 o'clock during the week and 12 o'clock on the weekends. And 10 o'clock on Sunday, something like that.
I would hope that syncing would be one runs on the hour and one runs on the half hour. So you actually have time to transition.
Yeah, just something. I mean, because most people, if they're going to go down there, they're going to go for lunch or they're going for dinner. Or if they're coming to us, same kind of thing. Well, tourists might come for the day, and it might not be a problem coming back, but if our people leaving, they're going to want to go to lunch or dinner, and they're not hanging out. Most of them aren't anyway. So that's why I think the 9 o'clock is not, I would think at least has to be 10, and I'd like it to be 11, but
We're not sure at this point that Clearwater has committed. That's the other
yeah.
aspect that we need to work through as well.
What was the cost of a ride? I'm sure,
It used to be $8, but it won't be that now. Now PSTA will take over, as the contract, and they'll dictate, because there has to be certain federal guidelines met of affordability, subsidy, in order to get that price down. I mean, before, there was no subsidy. So it was like $6 and $8 or something like that, so. Yeah. So there's really two issues, like I said, there's, with the current ferry that they had, that Tricia runs off of Clearwater Beach, Clearwater Beach, the $50,000 for the annual operations for now, till it gets back up and running. That's issue number one. And issue number two is adding a business plan initiative for the one piece of the planning for the dock for a future ferry, and working with FDOT and, not FDOT, PSTA and Fort Worth and Ellis about what that might look like. And we don't know what that, any of, but we have to have something, as Jennifer always says, in our business plan. There's no money involved at this point. It's just a line item.
You know, can I just ask Jennifer a question? And when you look at all of our priorities, how does this stack up in your mind? You know, it's $50,000 a year, 5 years, $250,000. How does it, and it's out of the general fund, how does it stack up?
I think it stacks up well in terms of mass transit. And I think that it needs to fold into the multimodal plan, as long as we can make those connections and circulate, you know, our customers and our residents. And I think it's a good initiative. I do. I think that there are lots of moving parts, but the first moving part to stabilize is that making it regular. Even if we do nothing else besides that, just to make that service regular, I think will just help all of our businesses in this area.
Well, you know, I really like it but it would be so wonderful if, going beyond this, if when they stepped off that ferry,
We had a
they
looper.
stepped straight onto a looper.
So that's my next subject. Give it a minute.
I mean,
That's on my other conversation.
We've been wanting to do a looper for 1,000 years. I'm very good with this in concept. I believe the multimodal concept is perfect. I mean, we need all different kinds of ways to move people. So, you know, I'm good with it. I would like a looper.
And the mayor reminded me that it should have been under other items today, but I'll
So
just
give us
blame
a-
this on Hurricane Elsa. That would work.
In the end, it's all about the money, though. Can we afford, right?
Well, the interesting thing about this particular thing is if, and it's a big if, the opportunity here is, okay, if we want ferry service, okay, great. If we go forward with it now and in a timely manner, working with these people who want to work with us, who will provide us with expertise, who will probably pay for most, if not all, of the actual planning, and who will get us an 80% grant to cover the cost of the expansion, if it's necessary. It's like, it's one of those things, like Bob always says, you know, it's an opportunity that just got presented to us, and kind of how do you say no when you see that opportunity? It may not pan out at all. I mean, we don't know, but I'm sure you've gotten updates at PSTA, right?
I have. Not a whole lot. I'm still trying to catch up on PSTA. And I had a really good conversation with them yesterday in reference to visioning and where they see mass transportation in general. And the belief that the ferry service really is a signature part of mass transportation in Pinellas County. And just the idea that Dunedin is involved in that conversation is wonderful.
Clearwater and Dunedin being the first in the whole county,
Yeah.
besides what they've got going on between St. Pete and Tampa.
Right.
And I mean, they're talking about wanting to expand this service down to, Indian Rocks Beach, Madeira Beach,
Gotcha.
you know, the whole intercoastal, probably Palm Harbor or Tarpon at some point. They've talked about an offshoot for Caladesi as a possibility, you know, from different places. I mean, they've talked about a lot. There's a lot of planning still to be done, but you can't get that far until you at least have 3 permanent locations, which would be us in the marina, downtown Clearwater and Clearwater Beach.
Yeah.
Do you know and I might have asked this before, but the speed of the boat?
I don't. They haven't picked a vehicle. The vehicle they've picked is extremely ugly, just so you know. I've already told them they need to paint it something pretty if you're coming into our marina. You know, I don't know. I mean, what we have now is like a pontoon boat. So.
Well, I'm just wondering, is the thought process more true transportation, where they're trying to get you where you need to go as efficiently as possible, as opposed to a tourist boat?
Yes, that is, and that was the motivation when it was here pre-COVID. Because they use it in downtown Clearwater for employees. They want employees like that work on the beach to park in downtown Clearwater and take it, and that's what they were doing.
Which lends itself, though, to that, the more destinations, the more people use it as transportation, the more we better have infrastructure for parking. Or that will be our chokehold, as you know, parking's our chokehold anyway, but, yeah. I mean, I'm very supportive of this, but I do worry about that piece.
John, anything?
Yes, I have a quick comment, of course. I like the fact that this falls under the omni-modal part of not only mass transportation, but actually mass communication. The concern that I have is when we say it's coming into our marina, just if anybody's listening, it doesn't necessarily come into our marinas. So that's good. The negative part would be if they got too big of a boat, it could inhibit input into and out of our marina. And we got a lot of rank amateurs running boats around, so we just have to make sure that we consider that. As far as the positive side, to some of the questions that were asked, I don't think this has to be synced really with anything. I think it can be independent of the Jolly Trolley, but I love the substitution. I think it's great to run it at the same time. So you either take however way you want to go. You want to take the Jolly Trolley, you miss the Jolly Trolley, well, you just missed the boat too. No pun intended. But maybe they don't run the same time.
Yeah, so you stagger it.
I'd rather have the trolley running late into the evening and have the boat finish earlier into the evening, because there's a lot of people that want to get home and they can't get home. So if they could get home, I'd rather spend the money on a Jolly Trolley. Is this Trish, by the way? Is she going to be operating this? Okay, thank you. That doesn't matter.
For now.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. So I think the infrastructure question is very, very real, always has been very real. And that's if we have people end up using certainly the marina or our downtown for parking, it's almost imperative that we have a looper. It's almost imperative. If this is a bigger vehicle and if it's running a lot more frequently. I don't know the people I see a lot of them that ride the ferry. I don't know why they're riding the ferry. I don't talk to them. So I just see them getting on and off. There's not mass hordes usually, but I don't know why they're doing it. So I think that would be interesting for us to know. As far as it relates to the omni transportation on the positive side, I think it's really good for us to continue our strength with Forward Pinellas, because they're just going to be always looking for ways of having this mass communication, mass transportation, mass movement. And I think it's just good for us to associate with that. We are on the water. We are a coastal city. And so therefore then that's how people used to arrive at Dunedin. We just have to facilitate them with continued arriving that way. So I think if we just shepherd it through comfortably, and who knows, we may even get some of this extra money for some reason after we get all the grants, et cetera. So I would be supportive of it, but we have to answer the parking issue, even if we don't have a final answer for that. I don't want to use the word final solution, the ultimate solution. We have to have some solution in between there for the parking. Otherwise, it could really hurt us, particularly over the next year. Now, I don't know when they plan to start this. So do we need it,
As
if we
soon
need,
as possible.
yes,
It actually said next fiscal year, so fiscal year 2022 starting in October.
starting in October, so, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
So-
but, and I think that, I also, to just add on, I think that Vince can go back and get the numbers from the origination, numbers. And again, they all knew Trish geared them across the street to the parking lot.
The Bushnell.
Yeah, the Bushnell lot. We were not having issues at the time, and that was our biggest season up until now, up until the one we're going into, so. And they were running 7 days a week, I think, whereas this is only gonna be 4. Maybe they were only running 4.
I think they're only running 4.
4, okay. So,
Anyway, yes, if you're asking me, I would be supportive of it, and just that we cover that. If we need to make a decision now, I would be supportive.
to add that to our budget, the 50, and the line item.
Under the concept of what you're
Right,
presenting, yeah.
and the line item for the dock. To look into that. Okay, very good. You got the consensus you need?
Thank you very much.
So then, the looper?
The looper, actually, again, this is for Pinellas. We reached out to Whit Blanton in regards to some of the looper programs that he has seen. And he is going to help us get a cost estimate, if you will, for a looper. What type of vehicle, how it operates, where it operates, all those types of things, and then bring that information back to all of you.
So, should we add a line item then with no
Looper?
cost, because we just don't, because we're,
It
because we're
seems to me
trying to
that
work
the
on
5 of
it.
you are very supportive of a looper.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
So we will bring you back something on August 10th.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Again, it may not happen this coming year, it just depends on what's what, but we're working on it, and it's a goal, and
Right.
It's been a long time.
well, and to me, we don't know if or when Ocean Optics is going to happen, but that parking will get taken away. Parking is constrained, so you want people to feel that they can park, that they don't have to circle around looking for the closest spot to where they're going. That they can park anywhere and jump on something really quickly to get them to the other end of the road. And given the age range of our population being, we have the highest level age range population of any city in the county, of 55 and older folks. Those people don't like to walk. I'm one of those people. I don't mind walking, but the upper end of that range. So having a looper means you can park anywhere. So if you don't have enough parking in the west end, but you have more parking in the east end, well,
Right.
you could park in the east end and jump on the little looper and get you where you want to go.
I saw the First Presbyterian was open, and I've long thought that is a perfect spot when they aren't using it or whatever, you can work there, because you are right there. I mean, you're a block from
Well,
Maine.
And one of the things that we did with First Presbyterian, I really want to do this with other, lots within the city, is reached out to the church and said, we have the Arts and Crafts Festival coming up. We have, parking issues, as you know, on our Wood Street lot. If we advertise and push out that you are a lot and donations are appreciated, then would you be, receptive to that? And they have a ministry. They did charge for parking, and they didn't charge for parking, it was donation. And, their donations were like, on Gateway, they charged $5 and went to a not-for-profit. And at the Presbyterian Church, they said a donation and they got $20, so. And then they got their golf carts out, and their ministry is the bicycle that Bill does. I forget the name of it in particular. But, and they would actually transport them from the church, I can't remember either, from the church to downtown and back again. So, it really worked, and they made something like $2,000 for their ministry.
Those
So-
rickshaw things?
Yeah, that
Yeah.
one of the church members. So anyway, I think that we need to start reaching out to those partners too, because that really worked. And it was
It's perfect.
Right.
I mean, I would love to be able to park there, I mean, because you can walk anywhere from
Well, and they've always opened that lot, but I was walking through on the Saturday morning of the Arts and Crafts Show, and I said, are you actually parking more vehicles than before? And they said 100%. So it was really pushing out through the city's website and the promoters that really did it. So we need to do that, reach out to partnerships and that type of thing.
That was, I'm so glad we finally got that.
Yeah.
So is everybody okay with at least an unfunded at this point, because we don't know what, just a business plan initiative for line item in our business plan for the Looper?
Yep.
Okay,
Good, thank you.
thank you. Other did you have anything?
do have
else?
one final-
Okay.
one
Yeah,
final
oh, yeah,
thing.
go ahead.
Right. I have been working with the Chamber of Commerce along with Les in regards to their job fair. The Chamber of Commerce is having a job fair on Monday, July 12th, and this is for those in the hospitality industry. The issue is, as you know, they can't get the staff that they need at all levels within our restaurants in Dunedin. And you see some of them are closed Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Some of them are closed lunchtimes. And what I know of the hospitality industry or the restaurant industry is that the most fundamental thing you need are regular hours, so that people know that they can go there at that time. We asked of Wood O'Brien, our consultant, in regards to the American Rescue Plan, whether or not a signing bonus would be an eligible expenditure, and they said yes. So Pam Pravitz and I had lunch yesterday, and this is within my delegated authority. I want to be very clear. I'm not asking permission. I am forwarding the program because it is an expenditure that we as staff are allowed to make. The Chamber of Commerce then, on their job fair, will offer a signing bonus, and the signing bonus would be $300 for 3 months of work. They have 10 restaurants that have signed up for the job fair. Pam doesn't really estimate that they're going to have that many signing bonuses. So, as I said, it's within my delegated authority. What the Chamber of Commerce needed to do was to get a DUNS number, and that's a data universal number system, and that is to register the Chamber of Commerce as an eligible recipient for federal funds, and that we would grant those funds over to the Chamber for the signing bonuses. We'll see how this goes, whether or not the signing bonuses actually help our restaurants in the area. We're anticipating that it's going to start to free up a little bit as the benefits are expiring through the federal government as far as the joblessness. So we are extending a signing bonus. It's being advertised as the City of Dunedin, along with the Chamber of Commerce, are extending signing bonuses for the hospitality industry at the job fair on Monday at the library.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think it's a great thing. Everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else?
I think that's it for staff.
Okay.
We're good.
Other
Thank you.
questions? Go ahead.
Okay. First, I would like to add, we usually, and I talked to poor George, and I talked to poor Jennifer, and I talked to poor Les, and what I would like to do is add, we only have 5,000 in our poor little plaque designation fund. We really need 10. So add 5,000, because we've got 6 coming up that have already been, they're coming to us, but they've been approved, and then we've got 4 new ones that are currently being discussed and researched. So, I mean, we need the extra 5. We need 10 in our plaque designation. And then I couldn't figure out, and I'm sure you all can answer this, where is the Kimley Horn ZIP reflected, the consultant for ZIP? The zoning in progress?
Right.
As far as,
Where is it, are you saying it's all being done this year, or, because it won't really be over till what, we figured November?
So the cost to Kimley
cost.
Horn, I'll be bringing that to you Tuesday.
Okay, okay, that's okay. And then I had another idea. Oh, do I get my 5,000?
I thought we were going to skim right over that.
I'm sorry, say it again. You want to double your thing because of?
Because we've got all these just naturally originating people coming forward with historic designations, and we've been screeching by on 5, we need 10 per year.
What have we spent?
I think, we.
6,000, I think we had 6 this year.
So we're spending,
Yeah. For the
About
historic plaques.
2,000 to date this year, so we have about 3,000 remaining. The plaques are about $310 a piece, plus tax, so about $325 per. And as Commissioner mentioned, we have 6 in the hopper, so that'll put us right at about the 5,000
and
mark.
4 more
Before
that are
a few
in
more come.
discussion. So, I mean, if you're not really going to go for this, you could go to 25, but I would really prefer that you put in 5.
Thank you for the option.
It's not gonna get
I don't
spent
care.
if we don't need it, so, right?
Yeah,
I'm fine.
it's kind of small
don't care.
money as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I know it is, but I had to ask you all.
But I guess my question is on the solar rebate program, what do we do mid-year when we run out of money? And we still have more people who have put solar on their homes?
Once the funds are exhausted, that's it. They have to wait. It
So
goes
they have
over
to
to the
wait.
next year, yeah.
So we don't say, sorry, you missed out because of timing. You just have to wait till next year for the rebate.
Exactly. We just encourage them to
So
apply.
we don't adjust that fund annually with the anticipation of what might be in the pipeline?
Not the way it's currently set up, no.
Okay.
We do not.
That would be my only concern, Deborah, is that we start playing with that fund because of what we might think is in the pipeline.
Yeah, well,
Although I do acknowledge it is really small money.
and really, these are actualities. I mean, what I'm saying, I'm not just making it up
No,
about,
that wasn't in question at all.
And the 4, one of which is of the first pres, quincentenary, so, that we're talking about,
You trying
so.
to say she was making that up, Jeff?
No.
Is that-
Was there anywhere in my comments? I don't, no. No, it's just that, is there, never mind,
Well,
because it's not even worth,
it's-
because of the amount of money, it's not even worth it.
It's really tiny, and we're
It is
asking,
really
and if we
tiny.
look
And
at it
I get
next
it.
year, and they say, oh, we only used 7, or, what, we only used this much, well, then the next year, you might say, hey, that's what they used, and they were able to accomplish this many designations.
I'm in
and-
favor.
Oh, good, so I got the 5?
You got the 5?
Okay.
Everybody okay with that?
Thank
Let
you.
me make a comment before we have a consensus here. All money is important,
It is.
and so, and I know you didn't mean it that way. So it's a 100% increase or a 50% increase or what, but anything above a 10% increase is always big, even if it's a small amount of money, so it is important. But if this is an important program and you're presenting it as an important program, and since we don't want to have her talk again down on the other end, I'll go ahead and agree with it. I'm just kidding, just kidding.
Well, you know what, too? I think the difference, though, and I know you don't have to say a word, but I think the difference with this is here, we're desperately trying to,
Reach out.
reach out and get people to do this for all the reasons we already know, right? Not that we're not doing it with here, but with your situation, they will come back next year. You know what I'm saying? They'll plan their budgets, and with this situation, if we don't have any more money to do something like that, they're going to say, well, forget it, I'm not going to do it. There's no incentive really for them to come back and do it. It's because I just think it's more necessary for the funding to be there, but it should be there for that too. But I see the difference.
Well, it's the pride of ownership. You want to hit it when it's hot.
Right.
Thank you, and again, you'll look at this again next year, and you'll say, hey, you only used 75, so that's what we're going to give you, That's fine. Okay, then my other thing is, since we're going to look at old City Hall, and we're going to bring in a structural engineer.
We're going to have our staff have a look at it.
Oh, you're not going to bring in, okay, you all are structural.
Get over there, the structural guy.
Okay, well, whoever the structural engineer, you know what I would like to propose, because I just think it could be sort of an interesting double look at it, is could not we get an architect to also look at this at the same time and just say it has possibilities, it doesn't have possibilities, send it to ARC. the Architectural Review Committee.
I think we need to look at the structure part of it first before we do anything else. I mean, we need to understand if the structure is, because this building's been here for 60 years. Let's see, I've been here 55.
Say 1964, then it's 56.
No, it's more than that. Because I,
64, it's 56.
yeah.
Depending on its birthday.
Some other things were built.
Yeah, depending on its birthday.
Okay, so you're gonna look at the
You need the
structural
exact date of its
first.
birthday?
But then, before we have our big discussion, I really would like somebody to say, if it is structurally competent, what could be done before we decide nothing can be done. I mean, I understand the process. First, the structural engineer, Paul, better be a good one. And then we got to have, I would like to know what someone could see. Why couldn't you run it through ARC and say, what do you all think about this building? Is it worth it? Could it be done if it's structurally salvable? Anyway, those are my ideas. I'm off that now. I think I want you all to think about that.
Well, you already had a plan, though. What was your plan?
Well, the downtown East End plan shows that this is open space.
It shows it as a
That's what it shows. And you requested, I think in the May workshop, that we bring the downtown East End plan back for all of you to consider the use of the property. And because other things happened during when you first adopted that plan, if you will, to now. So we need to reflect the actual use of the properties on downtown East End plan, including Meese. And I think that we need to have the discussion at that point, about City Hall and what it is the five of you would like to see happen with City Hall. We're going to spend a lot of money on a structural engineer to come in to say, yes, you're going to need, a certain amount of funding in order to reuse the property when I'm not even sure that we have consensus direction that you all wanted to stay. So,
You know what, and I think that's too, I think, just tell me the process, and before we have this big discussion, because it's really been out there for a long time, you can talk to a lot of people that say that they'd like to see it be some performing space. So there are different ideas out there, so I just would want a clear and objective way that we get to the discussion, and we'll have the discussion, and we'll decide among our, we'll decide, up or down. I would just like a fleshed out process, sort of. I think that's fair and equitable.
So I think the process at this point is to look at the building structurally and then report to us if it is structurally salvageable or whatever, and then the five of us talk about it. That's the process at this point. 'Cause there's no point doing anything else if we're not all agreed.
and that's fine. If that's a consensus direction, then that's what we'll do. And I need to work with our public works staff to decide the degree of review of the building itself. I mean, to get in and crawl around the crawl space, if there is some, look at all the wiring, that type of a thing, or just, a fundamental review of the building itself.
And then at what point, if we decide that it is structurally salvageable, or some of it, then we would go on in the process to look at other options?
Only after we talk and confirm that.
Well, that's what I said. I mean, that's the primary reason right there, is that we're gonna make the primary issue, is we're gonna make that determination on salvageability or, being structurally sound for any usage. So that's fine.
But you know what, it's not even just structurally sound. Let's say it's structurally sound, and there are a number of improvements that have to be made, and what are the cost of those improvements? Because, okay, maybe the building is okay, but maybe it's gonna take $1.5 million to make it what it needs to be, or $1 million or 800, whatever the number is. You know what I'm saying? So this cursory conversation's not gonna have that number in there, but,
No, Mayor.
I just think all of those things have to be kind of batted out, so whatever information you can give us reasonably that addresses those things.
It could, you know, it could be office space. Have you ever seen some of the office space in Tampa that has extraordinary, they've used old architecture for, I mean, real office, a law office, a medical office, a architectural office. I mean, you know, I just go around and look at things everywhere I go and see usages. And so, you know, I want to follow the process and we will all decide, and that's how it's going to be. And I totally understand that. But there has been a lot of discussion out in the broader public about usages.
So, Mayor, what I'd like to do, because obviously this is going to be a contentious issue, because the public, you know, out in the public, they do have many different ideas. So what I would like to do is sit down with staff and work a path moving forward for what happens and when and how, and when this comes to you as a discussion, and then have all of you agree with that process. We said that we were going to take up use of this property after new City Hall was underway, and it's underway, as you can tell. So now is the time to establish that pathway and to be as transparent as we can to the community as well, as far as what the process is going to entail. Because I do listen in on a lot of the committee meetings, and a lot of people have a lot of different ideas, as the commissioner said, and I'd like to kind of establish exactly what it is this commission's going to do moving forward, and when, and how.
That's good. And I have one final thing. Okay, can we whip off this one, and then I want to go to my final thing? Okay, you know the fence that was around the old area that's becoming the new City Hall, the black fence? We said that we would reuse that, correct? Where is that?
I think Vince has it.
No, but you know where I'd like to reuse it?
But we aren't reusing it right now.
Where?
We're using it on the nice materials within the parking area.
Oh,
So
so,
we're taking
okay,
down-
that's, I just wanted to be, because we
Yeah.
told them
And-
if we bought that, we would reuse it.
Yes.
And I could see it being at Scotland, you know,
Yeah.
Scotland and Broadway, or whatever it is,
I believe
Scotland
it'll be
and Douglas.
installed in the next 2 weeks.
That's
Am I right,
great.
Jorge? Does that sound all right? I think it's next 2 weeks.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
That's it.
We never used it.
I remember when Commissioner Kynes gave that exact comment. I'll never forget that. I want to make sure it got reused. I'll never forget that. I like your comment, and I understand we're giving input, a little bit of input before I make a final decision about how we're going to look at this. And it's my understanding before that we were going to look at this, come back and look at it, and the plan where there was nothing here. And I know I had made a comment about the English Garden in Munich, where this is a place where you have coffee. There's nothing here. It's a garden. And yet, so I'm not against coming back and looking at saving the building. But, you know, you come back and look, you come by here and you either have coffee and with nice china, maybe fancy, maybe fun. Or you have whatever else you drink in the afternoon, or more, for some of us in the morning, or for some of us in the afternoon, depends on where we are. So I think there's lots of ideas with this, and I agree with you that in the end, we're going to want to get a lot of input from a lot of different people. And again, we're going to have to make a decision, a final decision on it. I think it's whatever we feel is really the best for Dunedin, considering the fact we know what's going to end up here in the next 5 years. We're going to have some big places over here with people walking around, and we're going to be moving people up and down. And I think it's a great opportunity for us to totally look at this with the building here, without the building here, and really get input from lots of different people, including all of our committees that would have anything to do with what might be here. So I thank you for bringing that up, and great comment, great comment.
Nobody else looks happy from me.
Oh, no, I'm just listening. No, I'm just listening. Because I think there's two different things. If you keep the building,
The
then,
Scottish Garden.
you know, then what's in it? You know, that's a whole different dialogue. If you don't keep the building, what kind of park is it? Is it, you know, and what are the features that are going to be in this park, and how active is it? I mean, and that's a whole nother dynamic, because we have gotten several really well thought out, sketched ideas. You were on one of them, I think, on what it would be like if it was a park and what kind of things were in there. So, you know, those are the two things that have to get determined building or no building. And then it's about, then what is it? That's where you get all your committees and all your, 501c3s.
How's that for scary? Then you get all your committees.
All 82 of them.
Okay, anybody else have other
137.
items?
Jeff, are you go first?
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So this all made me think of Besa del Sol. When are their improvements to their parking lot happening?
I think they think it's done,
They think it's done.
but it ain't.
It isn't
Not-
done. It's not even close to what we required, right?
No, not that plan.
So what,
I would need to, we need to check on that. Yeah. That was before George's time, so I need to check exactly on that.
okay, you'll let us know?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to, I know we pushed back the Sindoon stage, and I couldn't remember why we did that and what our plan is. Sindoon, is that better?
2023.
I'm sure I said it wrong, sorry.
The Sindoon stage.
Sindoon.
The Sindoon stage has really been a challenge for us, so it was pushed back so we could take a better look at really what we want to do there. We don't want to spend money on another top structure, a roof structure. We've already had twice it's had failed on us, and then after the second time, we ended up taking it down. So the stage is a very awkward shape, and it's facing in a direction that's not really a reasonable direction towards where the audience would be. So I just wanted a little bit more time to think through what we can do to make this stage better if we want to keep it there at all. So I really want to spend a little time with city manager and talk further about what that stage could be. So we just pushed it back another year. So, and I've been out there with you, and I've
No, you have, and
been
I
out there with
appreciate it. Oh, yeah.
Commissioner Kynes, and everybody's scratching their heads on do we go with awning structures? Do we go with a aluminum roof like we've had in the past? And I just don't want to make that mistake. So I'm just trying to think
It's just be
think this
nice. I
out.
mean, the whole idea was to have a legitimate stage on the Great Lawn, so to speak, and,
Yeah.
now we have no stage out there. And the showmobile's nice, but to me, it's just not a substitute, so.
It's just
okay.
not, and I've had actually two different architects look at it with me, and I just not really comfortable with any design that I've seen so far. So
Yeah, okay, thanks, Vince. Just my 2 cents on the City Hall site is, Jennifer, I think you'll have to assess if you've got the skills in-house to really, because I think if there's going to be a legitimate discussion, I'm still with green space, but I'm open, and I realize everybody's kind of clamoring about what we could do here, so I don't want to be closed-minded about that. Some people have some good ideas, but, so it's certainly possible that the structural soundness of this building will be a key, so I don't know where you lay that out. The other thing, I personally think the building looks like crap. So, again, I'll go back to what the mayor said. Like, if we're gonna have to put a fortune into making it look good, which has an impact on our downtown, that's huge. That's a huge piece for me, too. Now, Deborah, if you're saying somebody will buy it and
Yeah,
make it a
I was
masterpiece.
saying if someone bought
I don't
it
know.
and they took on the the rehabilitation,
Yeah.
I mean, that's, you get the money, they get the cost.
I know whatever we do here,
It's
I
gonna
wanna
be
careful
very
'cause
important.
Our budget's, we've got a lot of budget challenges. I don't want it to add to it.
No, but it's gonna be a very important decision, I totally agree.
Anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Well, I feel I need to say something, just because I'm the only one who hasn't. I'm just looking forward to the discussion whenever it comes up.
You go.
That was good.
Everybody else was just kind of lobbying, throwing them all in. I don't know, so I'm willing to listen to everybody. We'll figure it out.
I thought you were going to say to put a merry-go-round in here, but
Well, I'm not opposed to it.
not so much.
There you go.
Well, I think I can just
The
repeat.
county's largest merry-go-round.
Oh, yeah.
I think I can,
The Scottish
Look at
merry-go-round.
Genius.
Jennifer.
I think at this point I'm with Mo. I'm really for the green space more than anything, because I do think the building is junk. And I also worry about whatever's here and the parking it's going to require versus being a park. But I don't see it just as a park for somebody to sit and have their coffee. I see it as being something better than that, but that's just me. Doesn't mean I'm not open to listening to things. But, anyway, I did have two general questions. Where do we show our affordable housing at? The money that we have in that account, and I'm guessing it's under the general fund and Bob's budget?
CRA, yeah, we have CRA affordable housing of 50,000, is that right?
50,000, I remember.
No, I'm talking about the 400 and some thousand we have put aside for affordable
So
housing.
the 400 and some thousand is actually within the general fund because we don't have a project right now.
We don't have a
so-
place for it.
Right.
Well,
Right.
I would assume it would be in Bob's economic development and housing budget.
And I think that we really need to look at that again, circle around and have a look at that again. We were in not as good a position originally, and, given that we didn't have a project, we folded it back into the general fund, because it's hard to set aside $450,000 when we don't have a
Right, but
project.
There's not a consensus, in my opinion, to take it out and designate it separately. It's going to put our general fund more in jeopardy. That's just my view. Just saying. Just saying.
So under
I don't know that I agree with you there.
Okay, I mean,
Now,
we've argued that point.
We
It
said
can
we're
be
going to
checked
open,
on.
we were going
Can be
to,
easily checked on.
we did say we were going to, be open to it, to discussion, that we had currently said it should be that, but we were open to using it to plug our hole. But that ended up never being determined,
the sale
the money from the sale,
of the
so.
property, is that correct?
That's correct. Yes,
Okay, and so now everybody's going to,
Well, I'm not saying we should I don't want to do something right this second. It's just as we were going through this, I just, because it's a little disconcerting to look at the general fund and so big and not see the departments underneath them. Because economic development, housing, parks, and I don't need to see their divisions, but the departments, fire, I mean, these are big areas that we're not looking at because we're looking at general fund as a whole. So, I'm not saying we should.
Right.
I'm just saying, it just felt like a big missing piece.
Well, so I wanted to give you an idea of the pathway then here, and that decision actually was made on our level, as a staffing level. And if you disagree with it, obviously, then we'll put it where it needs to go. But the sale of that property is $663,000 after the $1 million went into, for the city hall. That money was rolled into the general fund, the $663,000.
That was penny fund, sorry. I mean,
Penny
the
fund.
Gateway was penny fund. Yeah,
Right.
clarify.
I'm sorry, Gateway was penny fund. So
But weren't we taking a percentage of that and putting it towards affordable housing?
that was originally the plan.
The 250 or something like that?
So, yeah, that was originally the plan. We wanted to set aside some of the proceeds there and the 227 Aberdeen as
yeah,
well.
that's what I
Right.
was thinking. you were
That's what I was talking about. I wasn't talking about Gateway. I was talking about Aberdeen.
So that money was rolled into the general fund.
I'm sorry, what?
That money is rolled into the general fund.
Both of them.
Yeah, the issue is that at that point, our general fund was not in a good position, and we had no affordable housing project because the one off 580 went under contract. That said, in conversations that I've had with Bob, the American Recovery Plan
Right.
funding will go for bricks and mortar affordable housing, and he is working on a project there, but we're waiting to see how far we get through that.
Okay. I'm fine with that.
Okay. I'll say no more.
Really, no, I'm totally fine with that.
That's good.
Because,
Stay
look,
there.
I just want to make sure we're not hurting ourselves, and if we have a different funding option, I'm not going to debate that. Again, we got $15.3 million coming our way. So if we can find ways of achieving our already existing goals, then I'm good.
But otherwise, it just goes into the general fund. Is that correct?
It already did.
Yes.
Okay.
It already did.
Got it.
Okay. The other general question I had, so we're talking about a lot of these capital projects and projects, if you will, that we've mentioned today. Maybe marina is workable, maybe affordable housing, maybe streets, maybe brick streets, lots of things. From the American Recovery Act. At what point are we going to discuss that? Like, even have general conversation on the direction we think we want to go, even if it's not specific?
Well, and so what we're doing right now is we're actually putting together on staff level a number of projects that would be eligible for that funding. And we want to put those projects before you. And we can add, I think we need to do it during a workshop, add the conversation that we've had today as far as projects that would be eligible, and any others that come to mind during the course of that particular workshop. And also, the percent admin, that we need to decide that, moving forward, and then put it together in a plan that would be adopted by the city commission and reviewed every year, or even, every 6 months as part of your budget review. So,
How long do you think do you think we can at least do a high-level conversation?
I think what I'd like to do is to get the company that we put the RFP out for. It might be, the one that we have now, or it might be another one. Get them on board, have them at the table with us as well, while we have that high-level conversation. Because I don't want to hair off and start talking about all these projects that are not eligible, I think that we have a pretty good idea from these conversations and all of our other conversations where the commission's priorities are, and we can certainly, if you have others, discuss those. I can't give you a date right now, but I think we definitely need the company.
Hopefully the next couple of months?
Yeah, next couple of months, yes.
Okay. Are you okay back there, Teresa? I haven't seen you do this. Are you like watching a game or something? Okay. Okay. Are we still intending to go over this list or no? Because if not, we're essentially done
up to you.
without me reviewing the.
I asked my question off that list, so
You did?
I'm good.
Anybody else? Do we need to go over this list?
No, just a note to the DFAC that they will be painted this year. It is in the budget, so, 2022. It's in our new budget.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so here's what I have as our direction. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay, review Coca-Cola funding placement for 2023 and see if it should be in 2022. Review Jones Building sales revenue at 250 and add a note that we expect more. For the August budget meeting, we'll include the true percent increase for the general fund and the CRA millage. Right now, it's lower than it's going to be. Resend the facility hybrid program memo to the commission. For August, calculate what we really think the millage will be for 2023, just so we get an idea, of what difference it is between today and
We
what
were going to
think.
base that on 5% too. That's what we agreed, right?
I just threw that number out. I don't know what you think it's gonna be. No, you guys determine that. Whatever, I just wanna know what the number is. Is it a couple 100,000 or, August meeting, have an analysis on the new legislation regarding impact fees and how it might affect our budget. August, does public art fund include Elizabeth, and how much are we planning for projects? August, determine whether brick streets are eligible for the American Recovery Act. But I think that's more for the other workshop. So we'll take August out of that. CRA long-term project update at a future CRA meeting, goal of good, strong projects before 2025. Moving CRA grant of $1 million to 2024 instead of 2025. It might be 2023.
I thought it was
I might have written that wrong.
2023.
It needs to be moved out to being coinciding with when the construction's gonna happen.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, but it's the July 2023.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Advising on the next steps of stormwater master plan. We all got the minutes. Consider moving the marina master. We just did that. add $50 for ferry to the general fund, add line items for marina, pier master plan, and looper. No funding at this point.
We were going to get the numbers on the ferry from before.
You'll get us the numbers on the ferry?
Yes.
Okay. Increase plaque budget from 5,000 to 10.
Well, you all didn't approve that one.
Stop it.
Can we make it 9.5?
Right, I think, yeah.
I think that'd probably be fine.
We got to keep Deborah happy, you know.
Worn out.
That's all I had. Did I miss anything?
Just one thing, and I'd just like to keep it on the burner, because I understand, Mo, what you're saying, that they've only got a year, and we all know that, for the arts, the art incubator, but we really do need to be working, to find another place.
They need to be working to find another place, and we will be helping them.
And that's fine, as long as, but just that we will be working.
We will be supporting them, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Anybody have anything else? Any final comments?
Thank the five of you. I think it was a really good discussion today, really good conversation, and many thanks to staff. The Hurricane Elsa actually resulted in 2 business days that we lost this week.
Yeah.
Which thank heavens we got the budget out last Friday. So it was, a heavy lift, it really was, and I'm very grateful to everybody for getting the job done. And, yes, I know that. Yeah, okay, you worked the whole time, right?
Yeah.
Well, and I think on behalf of the commission, we all want to say thank you
Yes,
for all the
thank
hard
you
work,
all very
especially
much.
the week from Hal. So.
And especially Les and Ashley, the dynamic duo there on the budget, we really appreciate it.
I'll do it.
Mayor?
Yes,
No,
ma'am.
and I'm just going to add to that, because, again, I've said it before, I'm going to say it again. High level of credibility with you two. And that, having seen many, many, many budgets, as a lot of these people have too, it makes so much difference when you have that. And I get it all the time from the finance board too. What a difference, you guys, you've got a high level of credibility. Thank you.
Yep, very good. So then August will be probably another long meeting, especially with the finance board and everything there. Got a lot of things to hammer out. So we'll be also talking about the
Aid organization.
aids organizations. We'll be talking about our health benefits. We'll be talking about
Pay plan.
pay plan, employee, whatever. There is a Christmas party in here, right?
I
There
didn't
is,
see
I
it.
saw it.
Did you see it? I didn't see it.
Is there a holiday party in here?
It's in there?
Yes.
We get thumbs up from
A
Teresa.
normal one, not a cheapy one? Not that I'm accusing you of being cheap, I'm just saying, I don't want us to be cheap.
There is a normal holiday.
I don't want us to be skimping,
There goes-
given the last year we've been
Disregard the
through.
There goes my $5,000.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, gotta take it.
Yeah, let's cut our money back. Okay,
Yes, we're back.
just making sure we have our holiday party.
Never mind.
Okay. All right, guys, really, thank you for all your hard work. Appreciate it. Go have a great weekend.
Thank you.
We're adjourned.
Thank you for watching this City of Dunedin government meeting. If you'd like to review any part of this meeting or watch any previous government meeting coverage, you can watch these meetings online anytime through the city's website, dunedingov.com. Stay connected with everything Dunedin. Follow the city on this channel and on the city's Facebook page, through Twitter, and on the city's YouTube channel. Thanks again for watching this Dunedin television production.